он будет проходить, как было заявлено в программе.
И большом составе. Только по заявленным участникам, докладчиков, больше 20 человек. Мне кажется, это самая такая многочисленная сессия из всех по докладчикам, которые у нас проводятся сегодня на нашей конференции. И очень хорошо, что в ней принимают участие не только представители столиц Санкт-Петербурга и Москвы. Судя по тем регионам, которые приехали, которые планируют участвовать и будут участвовать в докладах, выступлениях, это вообще вся страна, начиная с южных границ и заканчивая ее северными, восточными, западными границами. И даже наши коллеги из-за рубежа тоже решили поучаствовать в нашей сессии. Поэтому я всем вам желаю успеха, я всем вам желаю хороших выступлений. А хорошее выступление – это то выступление, которое удовлетворяет вас самих. То есть, когда вы выступили и почувствовали удовлетворение от собственного доклада, значит, он удался. И хочу еще отметить, что это была очень хорошая идея, что такие сессии молодых ученых проходят на иностранном языке. Мы уже говорили о том, что надо расширять количество языков, которые используются на данных заседаниях, потому что это дает возможность практиковать не только язык, но и профессиональный язык, что, конечно же, будет очень востребовано в вашей научной деятельности в дальнейшем. Поэтому желаю вам всем успехов, всего самого наилучшего. Ну и приступаем к работе.
Yes, and from this moment we'll switch to English, and next few minutes I'd like to ask Igor Chimakov to tell some words about our symposium.
Thank you very much for invitation to chair this symposium. I think this is a very nice and important initiative, and I think that now we can say that it's a tradition, because the first symposium on English was last year at the conference organized by National Medical Research Center named after Bekhterev, and I think that it is quite important to continue this trend and to involve more and more early career psychiatrists, early career researchers in symposiums in English and symposiums in different other languages, because international communication is on English, and we need to be part of this international communication and part of international research. And I think that such symposiums will help to cope with stress, speaking in English and presenting your research in other languages. And I hope that our friendly environment will help you to improve your skills in presentation and also give a nice feedback about your research. Looking forward for a very fruitful discussion today. Thanks.
Thank you. And next words from Maria Habeish. She's head of Young Scientist Council of our center. Maria.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. I can say that I really appreciate your participation in this symposium, and I want to embrace your braveness to speak English today. So let's start, and I hope we will have fun.
Yes, and I'm so happy to see our speakers, our audience here today. And for me, it's the most interesting symposium in this Congress. I think that young science is science of future, and we'll see our future in these reports. And I think that we should go to our program, and the first speaker is from Moscow, Morozova Anna. Yes, with a report, Molecular Biological Predictors of Schizophrenia. She's the head of the Department of Schizophrenia and Other Primary Psychosis from Mental Health Clinic number 1, named after Alexeyev, from Moscow.
Mental disorder pathogenesis is rather complex. Pathological changes can be indicated at different levels on genetic, epigenetic, proteomic, metabolomic. However, this provides a wide field for research because biomarkers of mental illness can also be genetic, epigenetic, metabolomic, and so on. Biomarkers is a natural characteristic including a molecule or gene which can be used to identify a specific pathological or normal but altered state of an organism. Biomarkers can be diagnostic, which are used to establish a diagnosis that is to detect a disease or to define its distinct independent form. Prognostic, which are used to predict the disease development in the future or the course of the already established disorder. Predictive biomarkers, which are used to predict a patient's response to the particular treatment. And screening is the examination by means or diagnostic methods or tests
Микрофон
of a large
ближе.
number of people who have no signs of the disease. Screening is needed to detect the disease as early as possible during its asymptomatic stage. The well-known example of tuberculosis screening is the tuberculin test and the chest X-rays. I highlighted screening biomarkers because we are working
Anna,
with our colleagues.
Anna, sorry, could you please move your mic a little bit closer, okay?
Okay. I highlighted screening biomarkers because we are working with our colleagues with Caltech University to develop the similar screening model based on lipidome analysis for screening psychosis. Lipids represent a broad group of natural organic compounds, including fats and fat-like substances, required for the construction of cell membranes and the regulation of metabolism. In particular, the myelin sheet of the brain on a dry weight basis contains 70% fat-like substances, required for the construction of cell membranes and regulation of metabolism. Thus, lipids are the major structure components of the brain. However, lipids are not only serving as structural components of membranes, but also perform many other functions. For example, they also function as energy storages and act as important signaling molecules. It was shown that the development of psychiatric disorder is accompanied by the thinning of the myelin sheet of brain and by the inflammatory processes that result in destruction of the brain cells and release of lipids. That makes lipids excellent as candidate for potential biomarkers of psychiatric disorder. In this slide, I would like to present our results of the international study conducted by the Psychiatric Hospital number 1 after Alexeyev, together with Caltech University and research groups from China and Germany. This study involved patients diagnosed with bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and depression from Russia, China, Germany, and Austria. The current slide shows the number of participants in the groups and their distributions by gender and age. The entire study included more than 1,400 blood plasma samples from patients and healthy individuals from 4 countries. Lipid detection was conducted using mass spectrometry method. Lipid lipids were extracted from the blood plasma and measured. The obtained lipid peaks were then identified and annotated. The results of the performed study are shown here. 213 lipids fractions were associated with schizophrenia in all cohorts. Figure A. In addition, from these 213 annotated lipids that associated with schizophrenia, 77 lipids were already known, shown in multicolor column in the figure, while the rest were not known yet, gray shaded. Figure D reflects the differences in intensity of 77 lipid compounds sorted according to the class of lipids they belong to: acyl carnitines, phosphatidylhalines, phosphatidylethanolamine, triglycerides, and ceramides. The direction of intensity changes is also shown: increase or decrease in figure D. The color demonstrated if our results correspond to the literature data. Green color used if the results comply with literature. Yellow color used if results do not comply with literature. No color is used when there is no data about these lipids in the literature. The results of this study were earlier published in JAMA Psychiatry this year in January. We have received the grant support to explore the possibility of using lipid assays as a screening tool for psychotic disorder, which allow us to continue this study. At present time, we are conducting research to optimize the methodology and to develop the effective screening tool for psychotic disorder indication. Our current goal is the evaluation of feasibility of this method for potential screening of psychotic disorder. In this view, we allot this task for pursuing this goal. Provide the shotgun lipidome analysis to reduce cost of the analysis, conduct the validation of the method of Moscow city population, carry out the evaluation of sensitivity and specificity, conduct the method using on cohort from other Russian regions. Thank you for your attention. We are looking forward to find collaboration psychiatrists from other cities to work with. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Anna, for a nice presentation. We have time for one question. I think we also will have time for questions after the presentations, after the end of the presentations. And I also want to remind the speakers that we have a live stream of our symposium, that in order our online listeners and viewers to understand the presentation, please keep your microphone near your mouth. And I would like to welcome the next speaker, Evgeny Kasyanov, Junior Researcher of the Department for Translational Psychiatry, Bechterev Federal Medical Research Center for Psychiatry and Neurology. Evgeny, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I am going to tell you about now. Do you hear me? Okay, I'm going to tell you about our study of genetic association of anhedonia with different somatic conditions and psychiatric disorders such as major depression, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia. Okay. It doesn't work. Could you help me, please? Okay. Why is anhedonia an interesting object for basic studies? First of all, anhedonia is characterized by decrease or complete loss of the ability not only consume a positive emotions, but also to anticipate potential rewards as well as the learning of rewards. That means that anhedonia is not only about disturbance of emotional process, but also cognitive. Also, anhedonia has transdiagnostic nature and is one of the key symptoms of mood disorders, schizophrenia, and addiction. According to research domain criteria approach, anhedonia can be considered as demential trait, acting not only as sign of psychopathology but also as characteristic of the reward system malfunctioning in individuals without mental disorders. For example, healthy first-degree relatives of patients with mood disorders have a blunted reward sensitivity. Um, Most of us know that dysfunction of mesolimbic dopamine system and its interaction with the endogenous opioid system have been proposed as the central mechanism underlying anhedonia. Anhedonia is also associated with decrease in volume and change in functional activity in the medial frontal cortex and subcortical striatal areas. Despite advances in biochemistry and neuroimaging study, the genetic nature of anhedonia remains not fully understood due to the small sample size of previously reported studies. In the largest genome-wide association study of anhedonia in the UK Biobank sample, 11 new losses associated with anhedonia were identified. And yes, this is a small sample size for genetic studies. Because anhedonia is a very polygenic trait. And in this study, strong positive genetic correlations were found between anhedonia and major depression, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, but not with obsessive compulsive disorder or Parkinson's disease. An important limitation of the genome-wide association studies is the use of phenotyping method that evaluate anhedonia only at the current moment and not during life. Here we present first genome-wide association study of the lifetime anhedonia phenotype on a sample of 4,520 individuals from the Russian population. All these participants are clients of Russian genetic company Genotech. The phenotype of anhedonia was determined in the study participants using question based on the DSM-5 criteria for anhedonia in the framework of major depressive disorder. Additionally, we performed polygenic scoring analysis and Mendelian randomization analysis using summary statistics from large-scale published genome-wide association study to investigate the associations of anhedonia with various somatic disease and mental disorders. And the main our observations. First of all, the genome-wide association study on lifetime anhedonia phenotype did not reveal the variants with genome-wide significant association. This is because of a small sample size, because as I said, anhedonia is a very polygenic trait, and approximately 50% of our participants had a history of 2 weeks anhedonia during their life. The most significant variant, was the variant and intron of the SLEET3 gene. Other polymorphisms of this gene have been associated with bipolar disorder, treatment-resistant depression, as well as with the cardiometabolic disorders during antidepressant therapy, leptin level, height, and body mass index. I'd like to say a few words about polygenic risk scoring. Polygenic risk score is used to estimate a person's risk for particular disease based on their genetics. If a genetic variant occurs more frequently in people with a disease, it's associated with increased risk. To calculate a person's polygenic score for particular disease, scientists add up the total number of risk increasing and risk decreasing variants along with their magnitude of impact. And in our study, polygenic risk scoring for major depression, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia were significantly associated with anhedonia, showing that the genetic liability of these disorders increases anhedonia risk. At the same time, polygenic risk scoring for neuroticism and anxiety were not significantly associated with anhedonia, which aligns well with the existing clinical evidence. And you might think that there is nothing interesting in these results, but our genes didn't read general psychopathology, our genes didn't read current classifications of mental disorders, and therefore the results which repeat our clinical data at the genetic level are very important findings and contribute future studies of transnosological symptoms. Also, we provide Mendelian randomization. Mendelian randomization is used to estimate causal relationships between different studies. In our study, Mendelian randomization analysis revealed that the lifetime anhedonia phenotype exhibits the most significant causal relationships with breast cancer, showing a negative direction of effect. Additionally, anhedonia also demonstrate nominally significant causal relationships with inflammatory gastrointestinal and respiratory disease, as well as with the features of lipid and lipid metabolism and diabetes. Enrichment analysis shows the highest count of significant enrichment in posterior orbital gyrus. The posterior orbital gyrus receives inputs from the limbic region and plays an important role in processing reflectory and integration of emotions and memories associated with sensory experiences. And the main conclusions. This study is the first Russian genome-wide association study of the lifetime anhedonia phenotype based on the DSM-5 criteria of major depression. According to the data of our transdiagnostic approach, we found that the polygenic component of for major depression, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia increases the risk of anhedonia. Also, as a result of Mendelian randomization, we have identified potential causal relationships between anhedonia and various somatic conditions. I'd like to say thank all our research team and mentors, Valentina Escott-Price, Nikita Artemov. The end. Thank you.
We have some time for questions. Any questions to Evgeny?
Can I ask a question? Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I can't say that I understood all that you said because it's not a topic of my research, but I think that your research is a very interesting example of collaboration between government research center and private centers. And I think that it is quite important to involve not only government research centers in science in Russia. And can you give your opinion or maybe example or thoughts about what is the future of collaboration between government research centers and private research centers?
I totally agree with you because collaboration of private centers, private company, and government scientific center is very important. I think future is here and in US and Europe. This is routine practice because UK Biobank, this is a private company. This is a big private company, and many researchers work in this company and in, for example, Cardiff University. This is a good practice, and I think future is here, and we should work with private companies.
Just one comment that I think it will be very important at the next School for Early Career Scientists if you could present your experience in how to organize such collaboration. Because it would be very, very interesting for other early career researchers to gain your experience and maybe to repeat or find another companies or something to collaborate with. I think it is very important to understand how to do this also.
Okay, I will
Thank
mention.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm really glad to introduce to you Ryzhenkova Victoria, Doctor of Medical Science, Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Psychiatry, Narcology and Clinical Psychology of National Research University from Belgrade.
Thank you, Maria. I'm very glad to be here, and Michael, thank you for invitation. A little bit nervous to speak English here because I don't have practice. But anyway, everyone knows that schizophrenia is one of the severe disorders which leads to disability. And our patient sometimes, but not sometimes, very often have social disadaptation and maladaptation. But we pay attention for the patients with the first psychotic episode because in the first 5 years it's maximum practicity, and in the first 5 years we have adapt our patients and stop the pathological process. A lot of researchers studied this problem. We are not an exception. So we take a small group, 145 patients with schizophrenia who undergone their first psychotic episodes, and studied them with a number of tests. Methods are here on the slide. What do we have? An assessment of the level of social adaptation showed that satisfactory level was statistically significant, more common in females than males. We think it can be in a part because of frequent alcohol and drug use in males. Factor analysis of the results of the test used to verify the level of social adaptation made it possible to identify 3 significant factors of social adaptation. There are physical capacity for work, socially useful activity, including general functioning and relationship with friends and relatives. So here we meet although work and studying at university. And the third factor is order behavior in administrative and legally sphere, because some of our patients made some aggressive behavior and legal problems. So we revealed some significant correlations between the Zimet social support scale and social functioning, including support from significant others, family support, and support from friends. Clinical psychopathological and social psychological analysis of clinical symptoms and feature of social adaptation and maladaptation allow us to identify 3 clinical types of social psychological maladjustments. There are some limits here, but anyway, we revealed that in about half of our patients have productive psychopathological symptoms, which create the high risk of social maladjustment. Then negative symptoms creates social maladjustments more common in females than males, and the opposite picture was in males. Although we revealed that our patients with inducement have more severe social maladaptation than patients with other types, and they were not non-compliant too. Comparative analysis of criticism to the disease revealed that persons with personally negative type revealed a complete lack of awareness in illness. All patients were uncritical to the social consequences of the disease. And regarding the need for treatment in the effect of medications, patients in all groups showed incomplete awareness. The study of social functioning depending on the type of social maladaptation showed that in persons with a productive type of maladaptation, the level of functioning is higher from patient with negative and addictive types. The Guilford test showed that an increase in negative symptoms, the ability of patients with schizophrenia to understand people's action, non-verbal communication, non-verbal reaction, and speech production suffer more than in other types of social maladaptation. You can ask, why do you identify three types of social maladaptation? Positive, psychopathological, addictive, and negative, because productive, psychopathological, and addictive types are very similar instead of a negative type. But sometimes we have some significant differences between addictive type and negative types of social maladaptation too. So everyone knows that using of alcohol, using of drugs, sometimes do some symptoms of schizophrenia milder, but addictive behavior in their order leads to social maladaptation. Comparison of the severity of symptoms on the PANSS scale revealed that in the negative personal type of disadaptation, the severity of all negative symptoms was significantly higher than in the other types of disadaptation, obviously. But in the productive psychopathological type, in contrast to the addictive type, there was a greater severity of depression, unusual content of thoughts, and active social withdrawal. In conclusion, I want to say that social intelligence plays a significant role in the social adaptation of patients with schizophrenia who have had their first psychotic episode. An important factor in social maladaptation is drug use and alcohol abuse, leading to family maladjustment, which creates difficulties in the social functioning of parents in other social spheres too. And the level of social adaptation correlates with the level of social support from relatives, friends, and other microsocial environment. And significant factors contributing to the social adaptation of patients with schizophrenia who have undergone their first psychotic episode are physical ability to work, socially useful activity, including the immediate macrosocial environment, as well as correct socially adaptive ordered behavior in administrative and legal sphere. That's all for today. Thank you for your attention, and if you have some questions, I will be glad to answer it. And here is my contacts if someone wants.
Thank you, Victoria, so much. Okay, буду подальше. Do we have any questions? Yes, please.
Okay, when we met
type of social maladjustment and work according to this. So if it's productive type, we choose some medicines allowed to eat. At the same moment, when it's negative type, we pay more attention for negative symptoms and for maybe some trainings in social functioning and so on, and work with therapists and clinical psychologists too. If it's an addictive type, we can include some addictologists in our team and work with them. So our work with our patients based on this typology, if I can say that. And so we can work with our patient, pay attention on those which is more significant in their type of social maladaptation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I want to thank. Oh, it's too loud. Yes, I want to thank the speakers for respecting the timing of the presentations, and I hope that other speakers will remain as respectful as the first speakers. And I want to thank Victoria for her nice presentation and introduced the next speaker. The next speaker is Sergey Potanin. He is a senior researcher in Laboratory of Psychopharmacology, Federal State Budgetary Scientific Institution, Scientific Center for Mental Health. Sergey is also past president of the Early Career Psychiatry Council of the Russian Society of Psychiatrists. It works because it works not for the audience, it works for the streaming. Yes, yes, we checked it. Yes.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Thank you for opportunity to present my presentation about integration of evidence-based medicine in real clinical practice. I think that the point is we have two point of view. One point of view of doctors who work in real practice. They say that your evidence-based medicine is nothing, it don't correlates with my work, and really what I can say is what helps me in my work is my clinical expertise, my clinical experience. And other people who works mainly in as scientific researchers in scientific institutes, they say that come on, your real clinical practice is mostly polypharmacy and it don't based on every evidence, and you shouldn't work like that. And these two groups of people just can't connect with each other. They don't. They just. I think their minds, their world view are very different. And we should somehow integrate this because it's a real problem. Why we do need evidence-based at all? Because our mind is not perfect. It's definitely not perfect. We have cognitive bias. It's just how our mind works. We have a lot of cognitive bias, and it's not based on if you have high IQ and low IQ. It's just like mind works. And all you can do is to know that you have this cognitive bias and somehow correlate your decisions, your clinical experience, your just how you treat your patients with your cognitive bias. For example, the most my favorite, I think, cognitive bias is after is because. The one is example is about autism spectrum disorders and its correlations with vaccines. It's definitely just because the autism spectrum disorders become symptomatic at the same time when the children have a lot of vaccines. And so many people say that it's just my child have a vaccine and after that he had autism. So for
example, this cognitive bias we can break through only by scientific research. When we have a lot of people, when we see if it's just correlation or if it's just really its correlation between this is important. But I want to say that evidence-based medicine, it's not perfect at all. Because, for example, when we test antidepressant on depression, we include people in the study. And for inclusion, we have about 30 inclusion criteria, about 50 exclusion criteria. So if to speak strictly, we should say in the labeled medication that we proved that this drug works for people who have depression and then also have 30 inclusion criteria and 50 exclusion criteria. It's telling about that the people who participate in studies, it's not the same people who we see in real clinical practice. And also, of course, we all have knowledge about the problems of diagnostic in psychiatry. It's very, it's not based on objective criteria. And so there are a lot of problems. So, but nevertheless, if to speak about evidence-based medicine, what we say about if we compare, if we treat patients by guidelines, which are evidence-based, or we treat patients like in just it's treatment as usual. And so here is a meta-analysis that definitely shows that if we treat patients by guidelines, we have better results. It's proved by many studies, and so we have this provement that we should treat patients by guidelines, we have better results. But if you go in details means a lot. It's just an example of one study, guidelines with treatment as usual in MDD, and we see time to remission better, number of treatment stage attendance better, polypharmacy better, but dropout. Patients who are treated by guidelines drop out much more often. How we can explain it? My hypothesis is that when patients is taking drug in MDD and don't have any improvement in, for example, 1 week, and the doctor who choose the guideline says, be patient. You are patient, you should be patient. It's not a time to change drugs. And patient says, doctor, you don't care about me. Just see your papers and don't care about me. And if treatment as usual, after a week of antidepressant, you don't have improvement. Okay, let's go. Take the typical antipsychotic, take another antidepressant, take more antidepressants and so on. And patient feels that doctors care about him. So it's my hypothesis. But dropout rate is proved in the study, and I think it's just example. And there are a lot of other complications of integrating evidence-based medicine in real practice. And what to say about also study? It's a study about what doctors what problems have doctors when they try to integrate the guidelines into real clinical practice. So one is disagreement with recommendations, and we see it in real practice. For example, with aripiprazole, many people who works in with patients with exacerbation with schizophrenia says that aripiprazole don't work. In my opinion, it works, but it's more complicated than haloperidol with chlorpromazine, of course, but it works. But it's disagreement. So individual factors based on organization contrast. For example, if we say that just example, if we say that all patients should be treated by transcranial magnetic stimulation before antidepressants, it's just not reality. We don't have so many transcranial magnetic stimulants to do it. Lack of knowledge about recommendations, of course, we should improve the knowledge of doctors about this. And unclear and ambiguous guidelines with very complicated algorithms where people just can't understand what I should do first or next and so on. And this is a study about what we should do to improve. integration of guidelines in real clinical practice. Clear evidence compatible with existing norms and values. So we should say something that doctors understand and they can just prove, just use in their real clinical practice here and now, not after some years. Not require skills on change. So if you say that all patients, for example, should be treated by CBT in all cases. So we don't have so much CBT specialists that to give this care for every patient. Not controversial, so the algorithm of treatment must be very, very clear, so the doctor can understand it. And stated in specific actionable terms, so don't use terms that just in real practice doctor don't use. And to make a conclusion of my presentation, it's about that there is a real gap between people who, between doctors who work in real practice and with scientific researchers. We should go through this gap because studies definitely shows that if you use guidelines, the treatment results is better. But we don't should do it like just treat it by my guideline, forget about your real practice and just do it. No, we should take into account all aspects of real practice to make this integration more compatible. Thanks you. Very histrionic slide, sorry. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Sergey. We need 1 minute for checking our sound, and we have some minutes for questions. Have you any questions? Yeah.
Thank you so much for your presentation. You mentioned that the level of dropouts in patients with treated by guidelines was quite higher than by treatment as usual. From your point of view, what can be the solution? How can we go to the guidelines without losing empathy for our patients?
Okay.
What we can improve here?
Okay, it's a very nice question. It's my discussion with Pavel Alfimov. We discussed what is the most important skill of psychiatrists now. The most important skill of psychiatrists and psychopharmacologists even is communication skills. It's not knowing about drugs, it's side effects and so on. Communication is basic because we know that the compliance is very low. In all patients and in psychiatric patients, it's much low. So if you have time for it on your communication with patient, you should definitely speak with patient and tell him why he should do it. Tell why you do it, because your treatment plan is based on guidelines and on studies. And you should tell patients all your logic, all your treatment decisions, why you do it. Because if patient understand why you do it, why he should be patient, why he should wait 4 weeks before he sees that he is going better. If patients understand this, and if you make decision making, it will be very, I think that dropout will be low in this situation.
Thank you.
So communication with patients, speak with patients, honestly.
Thank you. Thank you, Sergey. Можем продолжать? And I'd like to ask our next speaker. She's Abramova Irina. Is she here? Yeah. Okay. And the next speaker will present us a report about effects of anticonvulsants on bone mineral density. The results of work from Bekhterev National Medical Research Center.
Good day, dear colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the conference. I would like to present the pilot results of the study of the bone mineral density in patients with epilepsy on long-term anti-epileptic therapy. The presented results of the study are part of a research project, the effect of anticonvulsants on the development of osteoporosis in patients with epilepsy, supported by the Russian Science Foundation. Anti-epileptic drugs are widely used in the therapy of various diseases: epilepsy, chronic and neuropathic pain, migraine, psychiatric diseases, and other. Adverse effects of anti-epileptic therapy have a significant impact on quality of life and treatment effectiveness. One of the adverse effects of long-term anticonvulsant therapy is the development of metabolic effects on the bones, leading to the development of osteopenia and osteoporosis. There is no information about the adverse effects of anticonvulsants on bones, but this data relate to older generation anti-epileptic drugs such as barbiturates, benzodiazepines, and other. These anticonvulsants lead to decreased bone mineral density and the development of osteoporosis and pathological fractures. There is no information about the effect of new generation, second and third anti-epileptic drugs such as lamotrigine, topiramate, levetiracetam, and other on bone metabolism. Also, in Russia, there have no yet been original studies on the effect of anticonvulsants of new generation on the risk of osteoporosis in patients with epilepsy, which determines the relevance of the study. The purpose of the study to investigate bone mineral density in epileptic patients aged 20-60 years with long-term use of various generation anticonvulsants. We examined 38 patients aged 20 to 48 years with diagnosed epilepsy and taking anticonvulsants for more than 1 year. Key inclusion criteria established and confirmed the diagnosis of epilepsy. Taking anticonvulsants drugs for more than 1 year, the absence of somatic and endocrinological pathology affecting mineral metabolism was also taken into account. All patients underwent clinical and neurological examination and densitometry. Assessment of bone mineral density using X-ray osteodensitometry, QCT at 3 points: first, second lumbar vertebrae and femoral neck. Bone mineral density was assessed using the T and Z criteria. The T criterion is the standard deviation above or below the average of the peak bone mass of young women aged 20-29 years. That criterion is a standard deviation above or below the mean bone mineral density in healthy men and women of similar age. Men younger than 50 years and children, the diagnostic classification by the T criterion cannot be applied. Given the age characteristic of the sample, that criterion comparison was performed. The result is presented in units of standard deviations. Osteoporosis diagnostic criteria: normal. Bone mineral density not more than 1 standard deviation from the mean peak bone mass in young, healthy individuals. Low bone mass or osteopenia, bone mineral density is within 1, 2, and 5 standard deviations of the mean peak bone mass in young, healthy individuals. Osteoporosis, bone mineral density was below than mean peak bone mass in young, healthy women by more than 2 and 5 standard deviations. This study identified two individuals with signs of osteoporosis. That criteria was 2 and 75. Both family, 26 and 38 years, with no additional risk factors such as smoking or body mass, and 11 individuals with signs of osteopenia. A total of 30 people out of 38 had decreased bone mineral density, of whom 7 were men and 6 were women. Decreased bone mineral density according to the criterion of densitometry was observed at a median age of 33 years. The normal bone mineral density according to the criterion of densitometry at a median age of 34 years. When comparing age as a function of decreased bone mineral density, no statistically significant difference could be detected. This slide, years 34 and 33. Analysis of the correlation between the duration of anticonvulsant intake and the decreased bone mineral density index was performed. A subgroup of 30 patients with decreased bone mineral density according to the osteodensitometry data was identified, and the second subgroup consists of 25 patients without bone mineral density. Decreased bone mineral density was observed in the group with a median duration of anticonvulsant drugs use of 8 years, while normal bone mineral density was observed in the group with a median duration of anticonvulsant use of 3 years. Statistically significant difference were found when comparing duration of therapy years versus decreased bone mineral density. The following curve was obtained by ROC analysis when analyzing the dependence of change in bone mineral density on the indicator duration of taking anticonvulsants years. The area under the ROC curve was 0 and 929. The resulting model was statistically significant. The cut-off point there showed value for duration of taking anticonvulsant, which corresponded to the highest value of the Uden index, was 5. Normal was predicted when the value in the index duration of taking anticonvulsant was below this value. The sensitivity and specificity of the model were 88% and 92% in search. The results of the ROC analysis showed that with increasing duration of taking anticonvulsant, the bone mineral density index statistically decreased. These results indicate that the duration of taking anticonvulsant has a negative effect on bone density, and the longer a patient takes anticonvulsants, the greater the probability of the development of a decrease in bone mineral density to osteopenia and osteoporosis. According to the Chadwick scale, a marked close correlation connection between the index duration of taking anticonvulsants and that criterion of the bone mineral density was revealed. If the indicator duration of taking anticonvulsant increased by 1, we should expect the indicator Z criterion to decrease by 0 and 196. The results of the study showed that anticonvulsants have a statistically significant effect of the change in bone mineral density. Two subgroups of patients were identified depending on the anticonvulsant drug research. The first subgroup consisted of 70 patients receiving old generation, and the second subgroup of 21 patients taking second and third generation anticonvulsants. Decreased bone mineral density was in 47% of patients taking old anticonvulsants and in 23% of those taking new anticonvulsants. In conclusions, the study, it was found that the duration of taking anticonvulsant drugs affects the decrease in bone mineral density. It was found that the maximum risk of decreased bone mineral density was in patients taking anticonvulsant drugs for 8 years or more, and the minimum risk was in patients taking anticonvulsant drugs for less than 3 years. When comparing the degree of influence of the old and new generation anticonvulsants on the state of mineral metabolism in patients with epilepsy, it was not possible to identify significant differences. A further longer and larger study of the effects of anticonvulsant drugs on bone mineral density is needed, particularly of new anticonvulsants, with the inclusion of large samples and the inclusion in the study design of the evolution of laboratory indicators of mineral metabolism and genetic markers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your report. Do we have any questions in the room? Okay, I have a question. So thank you again, and I have two simple questions. The first one is, why did you choose lumbar vertebra first and the second for densitometry test?
Thank you for your question. It's standard. QCT densitometry does 3-point neck and femoral neck and lumbar vertebrae, first and second. Standard.
So we are talking about the standard protocol for densitometry, yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And the second question is, do your patient take any other medication? Maybe they had antipsychotic drugs or antidepressants.
Thank you for your question. No, it was one of K inclusion because we want to look anticonvulsants only. Only one drug. Old generation or new generation, because other drugs can не позволят это сделать.
Because there is more complex relationship between these drugs, yes?
Yes.
And that's why we can't be sure that densitometry test will show us the result of anticonvulsants. Is it right?
Right.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's move on. Next, we have a pre-recorded report by Ochneva Alexandra, researcher from Mental Health Clinic #1, named after Alexeyev of Moscow Healthcare Department. And this report is expectation and pitfalls of dementia diagnosis. Technical support, please help us.
Hello, dear colleagues. My name is Ochneva Alexandra, and I'm a junior researcher of the Scientific Center of Mental Health Clinic #1, named after Alexeyev. Well, hopes and pitfalls of diagnosis of dementia. There are many types of diseases that lead to cognitive impairment and neurodegeneration. Many of them are associated with the accumulation of abnormal proteins. For example, Alzheimer's disease is an accumulation of amyloid and tau protein in the neurofibrillary tubules. There are also tauopathies and synucleinopathies. Cognitive neurodegeneration disorders are caused by vascular disease, hereditary diseases, prion diseases, various infections, and brain processes, such as tumors, hematomas, and brain trauma. Potentially reversible conditions can also lead to neurodegeneration. Dementia is a syndrome in which cognitive functions degrade to a greater extent than normal aging. Dementia is not an etiological diagnosis. According to WHO, dementia is a syndrome in which there is more cognitive degeneration than is seen in normal aging. There are about 50 million people with dementia worldwide. Almost 60% of them live in low and middle income countries. About 10 million new cases occur each year. Estimates of the proportion of the total population age 60 and older with dementia at some point in time range from 5% to 8%. The total number of people with dementia is projected to be about 82 million in 2030, which means that there will only be an increase in patients with dementia and increase in the incidence of the disease. Dementia is one of the main causes of disability among the elderly. It has physical, psychological, social, and economic impact on not only those who suffer from it, but also on the people who care for them, that is, on society as a whole. Stages of dementia. In the early stages of this disease, dementia goes unnoticed because it develops gradually. Here, forgetfulness, loss of time counting, and disorientation can be observed. As the disease progresses, in the middle stage, signs become more pronounced and increasingly constrict the person's abilities. Difficulties in communication are observed, and assistance with self-care is needed. In the late stage, an almost complete dependence on the people around him or her develops. Memory impairments become more significant and physical signs and symptoms become more obvious. According to the literature, the most common subtypes of dementia are Alzheimer's disease, vascular dementia, dementia with Lewy bodies, and frontotemporal dementia. According to the WHO, Alzheimer's disease is the most common cause of dementia. It is about 60–70% of all dementia cases. Among the mechanisms of Alzheimer's disease pathogenesis, the accumulation of misfolded proteins should be highlighted first. There are beta amyloid and the accumulation of neurofibrillary tangles of tau protein, which is a microtubule protein. According to the literature, the diagnosis of dementia requires not only clinical data, but also neuroimaging data and biomarkers. Neuroimaging highlights local atrophy of the frontal, temporal, and parietal cortex, which is determined by markers. Impaired cerebral metabolism of the temporoparietal cortex can also be seen using PET. Elevated tau and beta amyloid deposition can be detected by PET. Among Russian clinical guidelines, the diagnosis of dementia is primarily the collection of the medical history, both from the patient and her relatives. Clinical guidelines in Russia recommended MRI at least once. However, it is not recommended to perform CSF study. It is recommended only for those with early onset or atypical Alzheimer's disease. Well, what is going on in the world? Here is a comparison between lifetime diagnosis and post-mortem diagnosis. For example, in Spain, the agreement between clinical and autopsy diagnosis was 62%. Relatively low accuracy of clinical diagnosis indicates the need for standardized and validated diagnostic assessment procedures. Let me show the results of research carried out in mental health clinic number 1, named after Alexei. We took more than 200 patients. Basically, they were diagnosed with mixed dementia, and Alzheimer's disease was only 4%. Basically, all of these patients had an already pronounced and moderate stage or severe stage. Among these patients, cerebrospinal fluid was sampled in 64 patients, where amyloid and tau protein were determined. The slide shows the beta-amyloid 40 and 42 concentrations in patients with dementia. Here there is a difference in the ratio of amyloid 42 to amyloid 40. The lower it is, the more indicative of Alzheimer's disease. There are concentrations of tau protein, total tau, and phosphorylated tau, which is also higher in women. Next, we correlated the content of this protein with MMSE scores. No correlation was shown here. For some markers, a correlation with age was shown, and among themselves as well. There is an international ATN classification system that allows a diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease based on cerebrospinal fluid markers. Based on the analysis of a lot of publications, we identified our references. 2. Further, the distinguished patients with a presumptive diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease by cerebrospinal fluid markers. It was a blind experiment. We didn't know the diagnosis, only the serum number, and so by the serum number we determined whether it was Alzheimer's or non-Alzheimer's. We had 66% of people who had Alzheimer's disease according to the ATN classification, but our reference was 48. So just our data that we got from the cerebrospinal fluid was consistent with the WHO classification, which says that about 60% of dementia is dementia caused by Alzheimer's disease. Well, now I think I have to go to conclusion. Diagnosis of the potential development of dementia is the most important in the early stages, from the stage of subjective cognitive impairment. Currently, there is an active study of targeted drugs for the treatment of dementia and at certain pathogenic pathways of the disease. Nevertheless, an important task of psychiatrists is the most accurate and complete pathogenic diagnosis, and especially Alzheimer's disease as the most common type of dementia. Thanks for your attention.
Our next speaker, she is Natalia Gomzikova.
Dear colleagues and dear Presidium, allow me to present the results of the study. I changed the name a little. Psychosocial adaptation of persons with cognitive decline.
Despite the seeming study of the problem of psychosocial adaptation of the elderly, gaps remain in the study of adaptation. The individuals with mild cognitive decline. Most of the research is devoted to the study of the problem of adaptation in caregivers. The goal of the study was identification of significant influencing the success of psychosocial in elderly people with cognitive impairments, and the following tasks were set, like determine the levels of psychosocial adaptation and quality of life in elderly people with neurocognitive decline, to identify the relationships between the levels of psychosocial adaptation and the quality of life, and with their clinical, psychological, and social psychological characteristics, to compare individual psychological characteristics like such as structure of cognitive deficit, emotional state, coping strategies of the studies of the studied patients with different levels of psychological adaptation. The study included people above 60 years old. Research included an interview, and following scales presented on the slide allow me not to read. I think let's not waste the time. This is standard mathematical and statistical processing, like a chi-square test and the Kruskal-Wallis test. The sample characteristics of the 86 exempted 64 respondents had cognitive impairments. Of them, male was 23.5%, female 76.5%. The median age of onset of cognitive impairments was 70 years, median age of samples 73 years old. The cognitive profile of patients according to the results of neuropsychological assessment correspondent the moderate cognitive impairment. There are no reason the sample was divided into 3 groups according to the level of adaptive abilities. Group 1, 2 included persons with good adaptive abilities. Group 3 with satisfactory, and Group 4 with low adaptive abilities. There were no difference between the groups in terms of sex, level of education, living conditional, the persons of cohabitants, chronic diseases, affective disorders, age of onset of complaints of memory loss, ways to compensate for memory disorders, hobbies, and the breadth of social circle. The cognitive profile of the correspondents of all groups corresponded to a mild cognitive decline according to the screening neuropsychological scales like MMSE, FAB, CDT, ACE, and their subtests. There were no difference between these groups. Significant difference were found in pairwise comparison of 2 subtests of Wechsel memory scale. Scores between the group of reduced adaptation and good adaptation. It is noteworthy that the indicators that this memory subtest in the group of respondents with good adaptive abilities are lower in the group with reduced adaptation, while the overall indicators do not differ significantly. It can be assumed that psychosocial adaptation in mild cognitive impairment cannot be explained only by the structure of cognitive deficit. As can we see, the people with reduced adaptation often complains about forgetting the name of everyday object, frequent loss of items, creation of potentially dangerous domestic situations, inconsistency of thoughts in communication, periods of depressed mood and apathy, narrowing of the range of interests, feelings due to a real or hypothetical change in the usual way of life, and the need to get used to the new. It is more clearly shown in this diagram. As we see, the people with reduced adaptation often complaints. Four significant differences were observed in the pairwise comparison of the groups of good adaptation and reduced adaptation by all quality of life demands. Persons with reduced adaptation rated their physical health, microsocial support, social well-being, and self-perception lower. Statistically significant differences in the severity of situation anxiety were found in integrative anxiety test and its components like asthenia, anxious assessment of prospects, social defense, reactions between group of good adaptation and reduced adaptation. In the group with reduced adaptation, the indices of situation anxiety and its components are higher. The similar picture it's observed for personal anxiety. Persons with reduced adaptation have significantly higher levels of personal anxiety and its components, such as emotional discomfort, anxious assessment of prospects, and phobic experiences. The group of reduced adaptation has high scores on the back depression inventory. In the group with low adaptation, cognitive affective manifestations predominate, and the group with good adaptation, somatic manifestation is prevail. In the group with reduced adaptation compared with good adaptation again, the use of the coping strategy escape avoidance is statistically more prevalent compared. It's more often in the group of reduced adaptation, but the indicators are in the normative values, have a normative values. For the respondents with reduced adaptation had higher T-scores on the scales validity, hypochondriacal, anxiety, individuality, but lower on the scales lie and correction. Although the increase in these scales in old age normally reflects age-related changes in personality in the directions of strengthening of for the normative behavior. It was expected that severity of structure of cognitive impairment is a cornerstone of and that predetermines the level of psychosocial adaptation in individuals with cognitive impairments. However, the data we received in cognitive disorders that don't reach the level of dementia, a more significant role in the level of psychosocial adaptation is played by personality traits, coping strategies, the quality of life, and the emotional condition of patients. While developing psychocorrective programs, attention should be paid not only the training of cognitive functions, but also to correction of dysfunction, emotional schemas, and behavioral patterns. for example, by CBT.
Thank you, Natalia.
Thanks.
Thank you. We have enough time for a couple of questions. Have we any from the audience?
No, please.
Yes, from President.
Thank you, Natasha, for your report. I have one question. Please, could you emphasize for the audience the most value of your research? Because as I know, in literature, we have many data about relatives of people with cognitive disorders.
Caregivers.
Caregivers, yes. So could you please tell us, what is the main feature of your report?
It's like a self-report about from people with cognitive decline, how they can to compensate their memory loss, their troubles in social situations, in the domestic situation and other, how they can adaptive for them and their cognitive decline and cognitive impairment.
Thank you. And we should go to the next report. And the next speaker is our friend from Orenburg. We have a very huge geography today. Yes, and I'd like to present you Rosalia Antohina with the report Decision-making processes under conditions of uncertainty, adverse childhood experience, intensity in adolescents with self-harm behavior. The research supported by Russian Scientific Foundation. Welcome.
Hello, dear colleagues. My English, it's not... Hello. My English, it's not very well, but I will try hard. I will try very. Так, начнем. My research work about non-suicidal self-harm. Despite a lot of research in the field of adolescents suicidology. Спасибо. Despite a lot of research in the field of adolescent suicidology, there are still many open questions regarding the identification of risk factors for suicidal attempts, include poorly studied adverse childhood experiences and the decision-making process in adolescents with non-suicidal self-harm behavior. Objective my research work, the study the unfavorable childhood experience and decision-making process in adolescents with non-suicidal self-harm behavior. This slide you can see criteria for include in the main group and criteria for include in the comparison group. In the main group we include person with history of suicidal behavior, and include the comparison group we include person with history of non-suicidal self-harm behavior. 13 people between the ages of 40 and 70. Among them are 6 boys and 74 girls in the main group, and 6 boys and 24 girls in comparison group. Research methods, clinical and psychological methods. Columbia scales of several of suicidal intention by Posner. Experimental psychological method, a short version of the questionnaire of unfavorable childhood experience, and game task, Iowa gambling test. Statistic methods. This slide you can see unfavorable childhood experience in our group. We can see 100% adolescents with suicidal behavior and 73% adolescents with non-suicidal self-help behavior have low score, unfavorable childhood experience. The decision-making process in adolescence. Adolescents with suicidal behavior have low profit, randoms of house, losing desk. And adolescents with non-suicidal self-harm behavior have average profit, randomness of house, and losing desk. How correlation we see? We see unfavorable childhood experience correlation with frequent deck chance and frequent deck chance of maximum in uncertainty and of game strategies and unfavorable childhood experience correlation with the choice of losing desk. The idea arose to develop a computer program that includes a psychoeducational part, highlighting the possible variety of coping strategies for adolescents with the detailed description, and a diagnostic part for timely detection of non-suicidal self-harm behavior, and training part with recommendation to work out strategies for coping with stress. We believe that with the approach will reduce the prevalence and intensity of non-suicidal self-harm behavior and in adolescence by activating constructive response, adaptive responses, correcting maladaptive strategies, and expanding the behavioral repertoires. This slide, so you can see example for our coping game. We can see instruction, answer, and the situation with adolescents. This situation about how these adolescents cope with this stress in reality life. For example, this situation about distraction. This is a behavioral coping strategies. There are significant differences in the unfavorable childhood experience and decision-making process among adolescents with suicidal and non-suicidal self-harm behavior. Significant correlation between unfavorable childhood experience and the decision-making process in adolescents with non-suicidal autoaggression will obtained. The growing interest in the widespread our applications, websites, and social network by adolescents should be taken into account mental health personnel. The creation of gaming web application creates new opportunities to reduce suicidal variability and stigmatization from the interaction of social circles of teenagers. Thank you for attention.
Thank you so much. Have we any questions for our speaker? No? Nothing? So, thank you again, and we'll go further. Our next speaker is from Samara. We study our geography again, but she's not from originally from Samara. She's from Bashkortostan, and this report will be pre-recorded, so we can hear and see this.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Sidorova Evgenia Yurievna. The topic of my report today is clinical features of alcohol dependence, which patients with various forms of suicidal behavior have. To start with, according to the World Health Organization, suicide is a deliberate act of killing oneself, which is committed by about 800,000 people every year. In comparison with the rest population, persons with alcohol disorders are nearly 10 times more likely to commit suicide. According to the classification of Zotov and Umansky, suicidal behavior is divided into internal form and external forms. In turn, inner forms are subdivided into antivital experiences, suicidal thoughts, suicidal plans, and suicidal intentions. As for external forms, they are subdivided into suicidal attempts and completed suicide. The aim of our work is to study the association of clinical signs of the severity of alcohol dependence with various forms of suicide behavior of patients with alcohol dependence. As for materials and methods, it was carried out a comparative cross-section study of patients with alcohol dependence and various forms of suicidal behavior. Data collection was carried out on the basis of the Republic Clinical Narcological Dispensary of the Republican Bashkortostan from February 2019 to September 2021. Our study was approved by the local ethics committee of the Bashkir State Medical University. 384 patients were included into the final research. The average age of the patients was from 41 plus minus 8 years. Among them, 23% were women, 76% were men. Depending on the presence of suicidal behavior, according to the Columbia Suicidal Intention Severity Scale, two groups of patients were identified, that is, group of patients with a medical history of suicidal behavior at the time of the examination, and comparison group, which are patients without a suicidal behavior. Patients with a suicidal behavior, in turn, were divided into two groups in accordance with the classification of Zotov and Umansky. Internal forms of suicidal behavior included antivital experiences, suicidal thoughts, suicidal plans, suicidal intentions, and external forms, which are preparations for suicidal attempts. According to the data in the table, it can be seen that patients with suicidal behavior are characterized by an early age of starting of systematic alcohol usage and the formation of alcohol withdrawal syndrome. The number of years of the disease from the starting of systematic alcohol usage does not differ in the three groups. At the same time, the earliest age of the beginning of alcohol usage is observed when patients have external forms of suicidal behavior. According to the next table, it can be seen that patients with external forms of suicidal behavior are characterized by a high daily tolerance. According to the data given in the table, it can be seen that patients with external forms of suicidal behavior often have such manifestations of the withdrawal syndrome as tremor, paroxysmal sweating, anxiety, auditory hallucinations, impaired orientation, and clarity of consequences. In general, patients with external forms of suicidal behavior are characterized by a more severe degree of alcohol withdrawal syndrome. According to this table, it can be seen that patients with external forms of suicidal behavior more often have alcoholic delirium. In medical history and the existence of convulsive seizures was characteristic of patients with external forms of suicidal behavior. To sum up, I want to say that patients with suicidal behavior are characterized by an early age of the beginning of systematic usage and the formation of alcohol withdrawal syndrome. The earliest age of starting of alcohol usage, high daily tolerance, a more severe degree of alcohol withdrawal syndrome, and the presence of such complications as convulsive seizure are peculiar to patients with external forms of suicidal behavior. Also, patients with internal forms of suicidal behavior are characterized by the existence of alcoholic delirium. So we came to conclusions that there is a possible possible correlation between the severity of alcohol dependence and suicidal behavior, and therefore special attention should be paid to the prevention and treatment of alcohol use disorder. Thanks for your attention.
Greeting, dear colleagues. Today I'll present you a report on the topic the prevalence of schizophrenia among patients who experience psychosis after synthetic catenones usage. Despite the high prevalence of psychotic disorders associated with the use of synthetic catenones, they are poorly understood. The prognosis for such psychosis is not described even in the modern scientific literature, and no specific therapeutic tactics have been developed. In the study, there were 176 patients included. 64 and 8 patients were male, 35 and 2% were female. Average age was 27 years. We used scales and questionnaires to assess the patient's condition. We used toxicological examination and confirmation through gas chromatography mass spectrometry. Data were analyzed with statistic programs. The study included patients hospitalized due to disorders caused by the use of synthetic catenones or dependent syndrome. All patients included in the study were divided into 2 groups, depending on the presence of psychosis. There were no significant differences in gender composition in the groups. Also, social and demographic indicators didn't show any significant difference. There were significantly more married people in the main group. Based on the clinical picture of psychosis, we have identified three main forms of psychosis. Delirious form was performed with confusion of consciousness, vivid hallucinatory experience, somatoneurological disorders. Delusional form were presented with clear consciousness, persecutory delusion, or delusion of jealousy. And sometimes there were simple hallucinations like shadows and haze. Polymorphic form were presented with pseudo hallucinations, persecutory delusion, and sometimes manic or depressive syndrome. All forms of psychosis were presented with psychomotor agitation, auto and heteroaggression, and effect of fear. Period of occurrence depends on the form. Delirious form were presented only during intoxication. Polymorphic form occurred in 75% during intoxication, in 16 and 7% during withdrawal syndrome, and 8 and 3% after sobriety for more than 10 days. Delusional form were presented in 90% in intoxication and in 10% during withdrawal syndrome. Delirious form of psychosis was characterized by the most acute symptoms that was measured by BPRS. Delusional and polymorphic forms are presented with partial or formal insight and lower psychomotor agitation. Delirious form listed no more than 3 days. Delusional and polymorphic forms most often lasted more than a week, up to 23 days. After the end of psychosis, the patients remained under observation for 12 months. 79 people completed the full observation, 19 people dropped out during the study. 42 patients developed psychosis again. In 55% of patients, psychosis developed after use of synthetic catenones or other stimulants or synthetic cannabinoids. In 45% of patients, psychosis developed during sobriety. This was confirmed with the help of toxicological examination. During sobriety, there were 63% of delusional form of psychosis and 37% with polymorphic form. Patients who used substance, they developed delirious form of psychosis in 70% of cases, and in 17% delusional form, and in 13% polymorphic form. During the 12 months follow-up period, the diagnosis of schizophrenia was established for 10 patients. They made up 5 and 7% of the entire sample, and 10 and 2% of the group of patients who had undergone psychosis. We analyzed the features of patients who were diagnosed with schizophrenia. Patients with schizophrenia has a longer period of psychosis. It was average duration was 31 days. Patients without schizophrenia had average duration 2 days. Psychosis during follow-up in 63 and 2% of patients who developed psychosis again was developing it during sobriety. And after that, they were diagnosed with schizophrenia. Episodes of psychotic symptoms while sobriety in the anamnesis. 50% of patients with established schizophrenia reported episodes of auditory hallucinations or short-term bouts of paranoia in the past. The onset of psychosis beyond intoxication. Schizophrenia was established in 100% of cases if psychosis began more than after 10 days since last usage of substance. In 20% of those whose psychosis began during the withdrawal syndrome. And summary. Patients who have undergone psychosis require long-term follow-up and should receive maintenance therapy in adequate therapeutic doses. Since while maintaining sobriety, 28 and 2% develop psychosis repeatedly. In patients who use synthetic catenols, psychosis develop 1 and 75 times more often than those who do not use synthetic catenols. Among patients who have undergone psychosis associated with synthetic catenols, the prevalence of schizophrenia is 20 times higher than the general population, which is 0.45% among the adult population. Predictors of the development of schizophrenia after intoxication-induced psychosis are polymorphic form of psychosis, episodes of psychotic symptoms while they sober in the anamnesis, the onset of psychotic beyond intoxication, the duration of psychosis is more than 14 days. Thanks for watching.
Good afternoon.
Pre-recorded speakers, but we have wonderful opportunity to understand why some people see different colors of dresses. Some dresses may be gold and white, and other can see blue and dark. And our next speaker will tell us about the dynamics of contrast frequencies, characteristics of visual system in patients with schizophrenia. Marianna Tumova, the floor is yours. Welcome.
I didn't tell anything else. Good day, dear colleagues. I'm a junior researcher at St. Petersburg State University and the Bekhterev National Medical Research Center for Psychiatry and Neurology. I'll be sharing with you the result of a study that my colleagues and I conducted on the dynamics of contrast frequency characteristics of the visual system in patients with schizophrenia. Schizophrenia affects a wide range of domains within information processing, such as perception, thinking, attention, verbal fluency, working memory, executive function, verbal memory, and learning. The change affects even the initial phase of information processing is perception, which is one of the fundamental tools humans use to learn about the world and adapt to its conditions. Changes in visual perception in schizophrenia patients are apparent at the level of the oculomotor response to visual stimuli. This disruption also manifests as abnormality of perceptual organization, sensitivity to contrast, inaccurate perception of motion, colors, brightness, distortion of shapes, and the distortion of perception of human figures and their emotional expressions. These changes in visual perception are evident not only during acute schizophrenia episodes, but also in patients in remission, and also some may also be found in their relatives. The incidence of disruption of visual perception in schizophrenia patient is high, ranging between 40 and 64%, and has been described in the prodromal stage of the disorder. Longitudinal studies have shown the possibility to selectively predict the development of schizophrenia spectrum disorder in early adults based on measurement of the dysfunction rate in visual perception, task performed by a high-risk child population. So, abnormalities of visual perception may therefore be considered as endophenotype of schizophrenia. To investigate whether visual impairment in schizophrenia could serve as a potential biomarker of mental state, despite the challenges posed by various factors such as age, medication, and co-occurring eye diseases, we studied visual disturbances in schizophrenic inpatient at 2 time points to minimize confounding variables and assess changes in visual impairment while controlling for potential confounding variables. We evaluated visual disturbances in patients with schizophrenia and healthy subject using computer visor contrastometry. Our study included 11 inpatients with schizophrenia and 13 healthy subjects of the same age and sex. The contrast frequency characteristics were assessed by evaluating Gabor element, contrast detection at different spatial frequency. An example of Gabor element can be seen in the figure to the left. This slide shows patient scores on the PANSS scale at the 2nd and 8th weeks of treatment. As you can see in the diagram, after treatment, patients generally had lower thresholds in the low frequency region, but were significantly higher compared to the healthy group at both the 2nd and 8th week. For middle frequency, thresholds increased by the 8th week, but still remain lower than the healthy group. In the high frequency regions, a patient had lower threshold in the 2nd week than healthy subject, but by the 8th week, there were no significant difference observed between the patient and healthy groups. The impairment in the low spatial frequency in schizophrenic patients appear earliest and apparently are the most persistent. Change in the middle and high frequency appeared to be more variable with change in the mental state. Unfortunately, our design does not allow us to judge the persistence of the reviewed change. Further prospective studies are needed to investigate the relation of visual disturbances with other symptoms. I appreciate your time and interest to our report. If you have a question or any comments, please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a question from the audience. Yes.
Thank you so much. My question will be about the comparative group. Do you have healthy people? Do you compare the visual perception of healthy people and people with schizophrenia? This is my first question. Yours and okay.
Can you repeat in Russian, please?
Окей. У вас была группа сравнения со здоровыми, да?
Yes.
Почему
мы сравнивали здоровых и шизофреников?
Каким образом они отличались еще раз? Какие самые главные? Можно?
Okay. Can I answer in Russian?
You can answering how it's comfortable to you.
The red line is healthy controls. Green line is patient in 2nd week, and blue line it's patient in 8th week. And in low frequencies, patients have more higher threshold.
То есть, но при этом применялось лечение антипсихотиками.
Антипсихотиками лечение применялось. Есть, да.
I can speak in English if it is possible. You use antipsychotics. Yours?
Yes, for patients, of course, we use. We can don't use antipsychotic in patient with schizophrenia.
It's just the main idea. Okay, thank you so much for your results. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is from Moscow. She's assistant of the Department of Psychiatry and Medical Psychology from Pirogov Russian National Research Medical University, Ivanova Svetlana, and the report is schizotypal disorder with childhood and adolescent onset long-term outcomes.
Good afternoon, dear Presidium and dear colleagues. Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to present our report at this conference. Schizotypal disorder researchers have noted that the long-term dynamics of schizotypal, the long-term of this disorder are ambitious and subject to substantial various. The aim of the study is to examine the characters of the late stages of schizotypal disorder and to evaluate the social adaptations of these contingents of patients. Object of the study, a sample of patients diagnosed with schizotypal personality disorder who were examined and treated at the Moscow State Badguri Healthcare Institution, Sukharevo Scientific and Practical Center for Mental and Health of Children and Adolescents. And from 1999 to 2018, and were 18 years old by the time of the clinical and follow-up study. At the first day of the study, as a result of a thorough analysis of case reports in the available medical documentation, we compiled a sample of 411 patients. Data on patients was obtained from all 22 psychoneurological clinics in Moscow. General information about patients you can see in this table. Let me state the main data. As can be seen from the table, there is no information about 44 patients. It's about 11%. In the unfiled information system, I mean MedPortal, which is explained by the lack of transfer information about them from the hospital to a psychoneurological clinic at the place of residence. It's known that parents or legal representative of children and adolescents have the right to petition to administration with a request not to transfer the information. There is no information about 22% whose medical documentation was not provided for various reasons. 2,250 patients we followed up and treat in psychoneurological clinic. However, 27% didn't not visit the clinic more than a year, and there were no opportunity to involve them in the clinical follow-up study. And in the end, the cohort for the follow-up study included only 139 patients. The patients regularly follow up in psychoneurological clinics. Age of these patients from 18 and 34 years old. Men predominated in these cohorts, which is composed 77%. Minimum follow-up period is 2 years. Maximum period follow-up is 21 year, and mean near 9 year. This slide displays patient diagnosis according to psychoneurological clinics records. The majority of patients still have a diagnosis of schizophrenia spectrum disorder. 20% patients were diagnostic with schizophrenia, and 62% had the paranoid form. The diagnosis of schizotypal disorder remained relevant for 64%, that you see this line, and 71% retained the diagnosis of schizotypal personality disorder. As the purpose of the study was to examine the social adaptations of only schizotypal disorder patients, the social adaptation of schizophrenic patients was not investigated. We would like to emphasize that the focus of the clinical taking into consideration its conformity with the schizotypal disorder criteria, and didn't not include a sample solely on instability diagnosis. The slide depicts the social demographic characteristic of the 102 patients who comprised of final sample. Men also predominant in this cohort, and composed of 76%. The patient's average age is 22.5 years. 36 of examiners had only general, only school finished education at the time of the examination. Near 20% have completed specialized secondary educations, while 22% are currently receiving it. Nearly half of the patients are currently unemployed and functionally dependent, and 47% of them have a mental disability. You can see that most patients are dependent of their parents, and single in marital states. Let's see. The conducted study of the long-term stages of the cohort of patients with schizotypal disorder enabled the identifications of a number of clinically typical conditions. The first type consists of condition with prevalence of neurosis-like disorders. It's about 12%. This corresponds to the concept of sluggish neurosis schizophrenia. The second types consist of states where psychosis like disorders have a prevalence of 22%. This corresponds to the concept of sluggish psychosis like schizophrenia. The third type, there is many people, it's patients with a predominance of negative disorders, 44%. And the fourth type consists of states with polymorphic disorders. Its maximum as schizotypal personality disorder, 23%. Was distinctions by the presence of productive and negative disorders. We classified the cause of schizotypal disorder, regardless of type, into two categories: single attack with chronification and relapsing cause with chronification. Social adaptation characteristics. You see that the patients with domination negative disorders have the lowest mean score on the social function scale, and the greatest score characteristic, the group of patients with polymorphic disorder. Disease duration and social adaptation. No statistically significant link was established when examining the impact of disease during of the degree of social function in individuals with types 2, 3, and 4, and it can be explained by dysandrogenesis in a premorbid period characterized by the predominance of dissociation of mental development and the lack of the efficiently the psychopharmacology without systematic psychotherapy. And can be seen the social adaptations of type 2 patients deteriorated significantly at the onset of the disease, improved with the prescription of medical treatment and the return to its initial level approximately 10 years later due to an increase in negative symptoms. Allow me not to read out the conclusions in the entirety, but rather draw your attention to the last one. There can be no meaningful improvement in the quality of life of people with schizotypal disease without psychotherapy and social rehabilitation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Have we any questions from audience? Okay, then one a little. Okay.
Thank you so much for your report. I have two questions. The first one is, could you please tell us what is it, PSP score? What is it? What methodic did you use?
Thank you for your question. It is PSP scale, which presented social adaptation patients.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is, how could it be that mean age of the onset of the disease was about 22 years, but your report is about childhood onset? Maybe we don't understand something. Could you please explain us?
Excuse me, I don't understand your question. Can you ask me in Russian, please?
Вас сказано о том, что средний возраст начала заболевания составляет в районе 22 лет. верно?
Нет. Возраст начала заболевания около 10 лет. Средний возраст – это именно наши обследованные выборки. На момент обследования в среднем им было 22,5 года.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we go further, and our next speaker, Stepanova Anastasia, and her report about the relationship of drug therapy with antipsychotic and anticholinergic drugs with cognitive dysfunction in schizophrenia.
Cognitive impairments in schizophrenia affect the social and labor potential and prognosis of the disease. There are no currently adequate methods for their correction. Antipsychotic therapy, drug-induced extrapyramidal disorders, and their correctors also have an impact on cognitive functioning in patients. The objective of this study is to investigate the relationship between cognitive impairments and extrapyramidal symptoms, as well as the mental status, age, and dosage of antipsychotic and anticholinergic drugs at the 2nd and 8 weeks of treatment. By analyzing these factors, the study aims to gain insight into how cognitive impairment may be associated with the severity of extrapyramidal symptoms, and how these associations may be influenced by various patient characteristics and treatment factors. The study included 41 patients with paranoid schizophrenia who were on stable antipsychotic monotherapy or in combination with trigexifenidil. Cognitive functions were assessed using the Bach scale. Severity of mental state and extrapyramidal disturbances were measured using the PANSS and SAS scale. All examination procedures were performed twice. Patients were divided into two groups according to the type of antipsychotic therapy received. 12 patients received first-generation antipsychotics, group 1. 29 patients received second-generation antipsychotics, group 2. The dose of drugs was calculated in chlorpromazine equivalent for the first group and olanzapine equivalent for the second group. You can see the inclusion criteria on this slide. The study included patients in remission or subacute. Clinical and demographic characteristics in patients at study inclusion. Results. When comparing groups of patients, no significant differences were found either on the 2nd or on the 8th week of therapy. In the 2nd week of therapy, in patients of the first group, there was a tendency to deterioration of verbal memory with an increase the dose of trigexifenidil. The total SAS score was negatively correlated with the Bach's composite index at the trend level. In the second group, a significant negative correlation was obtained between the age of patients and scores on the symbol coding, as well as at the level of trends with scores on the verbal memory and Bach's composite index. In patients of the second group, the total score on the PANSS negatively correlated with the verbal fluency, and at the level of trends, it was negatively associated with the Tower of London. Verbal fluency was also negatively associated with the negative component, agitation, and cognitive component of PANSS. The PANSS cognitive component was also negatively correlated with the Tower of London at the Bach's composite index. At the 8th week of therapy in first group, there was a trend towards a negative relationship between the dose of trigexifenidil and the composite index on the Bach's. In second group, the dose of trigexifenidil was negatively correlated with the token motor test, as was the total SAS score. The negative correlation between the age of patients and scores on the symbol coding remained and became stronger at the 8th week of therapy. The negative dependence of the composite index on the Bach scale with age became significant. Patients receiving second-generation antipsychotics with severe extrapyramidal symptoms have a low composite index Bachs and a tendency to decrease in scores on the symbol coding. Verbal memory and verbal fluency showed a negative relationship with agitation. Tower of London with predictive and cognitive components of PANS. The PANS cognitive component was also negatively correlated with verbal fluency. Discussion. At the 8th week of therapy, patients in both groups showed a decrease in the total score on the PANS scale. However, only in patients receiving second-generation antipsychotics, the severity of extrapyramidal disorders on the SAS scale decreased, and an improvement in cognitive functions was observed. Improvement in cognitive performance in the second group was observed according to the motor test, Tower of London, and composite index Bachs. The executive functions and problem-solving behavior assessed in the Tower of London were influenced by both EPS and the severity of mental state, total PANS score, and the cognitive component. Our results demonstrate the influence of a number of factors on cognitive functions. The speed of information procedures was affected by all PANS component, as well as the age of the patients. The dose of trigexifenidil was correlated with verbal memory, although this relationship was only in line with the trend. Our results are consistent with early reports in the literature that antipsychotic drugs can impair cognition through the development of EPS. We found that the use of second-generation antipsychotics improved tolerability of the drug, as well as related and unrelated cognitive indicators by the 8th week of therapy. Our study confirms the need to adhere to the principle of the minimum effective dose of antipsychotic drug in the treatment of schizophrenia. Also, in order to prevent cognitive impairment when choosing therapy, it is advisable to give preference to second-generation antipsychotics. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anastasia. Have we questions for our speakers? Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. The usual question on methodology of such studies is if patients are comparable, because it's often we see in practice that third-generation antipsychotics often are given to patients that are, speaking of just more ill. They have more severe symptoms, they suffer from the schizophrenia for more years. So sometimes it's a criticism of methodology that you include patients who are just more severely ill in the group who receive first-generation antipsychotics. And the patients who are less severely ill are included in the group with second-generation antipsychotics and of antipsychotics. Did you study the comparability of the two groups?
Я прошу прощения, не могли бы вы повторить на русском?
Обычная критика подобных исследований состоит в том, что препаратами первого поколения зачастую лечат просто более больных пациентов, более тяжелых, а более легких лечат вторым поколением, типа этот еще может восстановиться, давайте им что-нибудь дорогое дадим, а этому уже все, давайте галоперидол. И поэтому очень важно показывать, что изначально эти пациенты соотносимы, да, по уровню тяжести, по длительности заболевания, ну, в идеале даже по уровню когнитивных нарушений на момент первой точки, ну еще не до 2 недель, да, а в начале до терапии. Насколько вы в плане методологии обращали на это внимание?
Мы обращали на это внимание. Ну, более того, пациенты исключались из исследований, если их симптоматика была более острой, если им следовало менять антипсихотик, в том числе, если это был антипсихотик второго поколения, не справился, тогда какой-то более инцизивный препарат потребовался, тогда пациенты дальше в исследовании не участвовали вообще.
Окей, thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia, and we'll go further. Sometimes we wrap our colleagues, and fortunately we stole our next speaker from Moscow. And now Dmitry Rodionov is our researcher from Bekhterev National Medical Research Center. And his report about PTSD and substance abuse comorbidity, clinical difficulty and psychotherapy options.
Greetings, dear chair people, dear colleagues, dear speakers. Thank you for the opportunity to hold my speech in English today. I try not to be airplane pilot, but to be in time. During PTSD guidelines elaboration and studying modern research about PTSD and other comorbidity aspects, we determined that problem of comorbidity, PTSD patients, comorbidity with addiction pathology is important, not only substance abuse, including, of course, alcohol. I'd like to present you short theoretical report, not original research, but focus on key points of this important problem. This little marketology slide, you can see this PTSD guidelines in site of the Ministry of Healthcare of Russian Federation, of course. This slide you can see that in first period when was inclusion of PTSD category in DSM-3, about 60 or 80% of PTSD individuals had alcohol and substance use disorders. American psychiatrists highlighted this problem and marked as most clinical and social important in this group of patients. But if we see more modern research, of course, big epidemiology studies, we can see that problem with comorbidity by PTSD individuals is too important when we say about alcohol abuse and substance use disorders. It's not secret for you that alcohol and substance using have negative social prognosis. It's so interesting that total workload for men is 33% higher than women. But if we say about PTSD individuals comorbidity with alcohol and substance abuse, we say about male gender group as high risk group for this type of comorbidity. And what social prognosis? Poor rehabilitation outcomes, of course. In this time we haven't specific rehabilitation programs for PTSD patients, and when we say about comorbidity PTSD patients, and of course it's high risk of suicidality. This slide you can see economic burden of PTSD. It's so high in $billion. In this slide, I try to combine the basic clinical concepts of PTSD comorbidity. This concept we know as drug of choice. This slide shows us that this concept, drug of choice, is between two main theories. That's cluster symptom combination and self-medication concept. If we say about first concept, cluster symptoms combination, we need to know that every PTSD patient have symptoms of each clusters. That's hyperarousal cluster, this is intrusion symptomatic, it's main symptomatic by PTSD patients, and symptomatic of inhibition cluster, social isolation, anhedonia, and avoidance behavior. When we say about influence cluster symptoms combination on the drug of choice, we need to know that that, for example, when we say about hyperarousal cluster, patients of use use drugs with sedative effects, alcohol, cannabinoids, sedative drugs, opioids, and we say about prevalence of inhibition cluster symptomatics. Of course, patients use stimulators, new design drugs. It's self-medication concept that drug using help PTSD patients to overcome these symptomatics. But if we say about outcomes, using of each other type of substance can to increase of symptomatics of other cluster. For example, in follow-up study, PTSD patients who used cannabinoids substance have a high level of anhedonia in outcomes. Of course, when we say about these relations between trauma, neurology, and psychological features, we say about complex of pathogenesis of each other addiction problem and PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Important to mark that all these relations relate with emotional dysregulation problem. It's important for these patients who used substance and alcohol as coping strategies. And we say about maladaptive coping as an important mechanism of development of this comorbidity. What can help us psychotherapy? If we say about guidelines, international guidelines, we know that first line therapy for PTSD patients is the trauma-focused cognitive behavioral psychotherapy, and but a lot of studies of this psychotherapy for comorbidity patients not included patients with addiction comorbidity. As say about it researcher that, for example, trauma-focused cognitive behavioral psychotherapy can increase intrusion symptomatics and maladaptive coping activation and more using substance and alcohol. But more modern studies show that trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy have effectivity for these comorbidity patients too, and I forgot this English word. More respectable type of psychotherapy is Seeking Safety program. This psychotherapy program was developed in Nedjevitz Lisa. It's a Boston psychiatrist. It's important to mark that this program focused on emotional dysregulation, not only trauma as trigger of post-traumatic stress disorder and inclusion symptomatic as trigger of alcohol and substance using, and of course on emotional dysregulation. And now a lot of studies, a lot of researchers study role of emotional dysregulation by PTSD patients. Thank you for your attention. If you want to read some our works, you can use this QR code. Thank you.
Hello. Sorry, maybe I didn't catch some ideas, but why do we have the decrease of the drug abuse or alcohol abuse in 21st century? is it connected with better diagnostic or maybe better treatment?
Thank you for the question. Of course, I showed this slide. I understand. I show that PTSD inclusion, first inclusion as individual category was in 70 years, but now we have 23 год, and and a lot of research studies about PTSD, about etiopathogenesis, about comorbidity, but we see that decrease of comorbidity patients is not big that it can be, and it's safe as really social problem. For example, for Russian Federation, where we don't research this category, but now it's more actuality than ever, and of course, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we should move on. Our next speaker is Konovalova Veronika, PhD student, the Department of Psychiatry and Medical Psychology, Kazan State Medical University.
Good afternoon, dear jury presidents and dear colleagues. I would like to present the results of a study on the subject structural and dynamic features of anhedonia in schizophrenic spectrum disorders. Even Greek philosophers such as Epicure thought about the nature of pleasure and the lack of pleasure more than 2,000 years ago. The term anhedonia was introduced by the French psychologist Théodule Aman-Ribot. The pathologic basic of anhedonia formation is well known today. Scientists speak on the involvement on the brain's reward system, dopamine, GABAergic, and the endogenous cannabinoid, the orexin system, and the serotonin system, melanocortin, lipid spectrum disorders, and C-reactive protein. The brain neurotrophic factor BDNF. There is an influence of cross-cultural, psychological, and sociocultural factors on the formation of anhedonia. In recent years, it has been questioned more and more, and anhedonia can not only occur in depressive disorders, but also in schizophrenia, eating disorders, substance abuse, and Parkinson and Alzheimer's disease. In this context, anhedonia has come to be considered an zoologically non-specific deficit syndrome, and the transdiagnostic significance on the phenomenon of anhedonia has been proposed. Transdiagnostic study of anhedonia has given the authors as an understanding of anhedonia as a key, northern triggers and systems various network of psychopathological symptoms. The relevance of the research we are going lies in the following points. Currently, anhedonia is considered to be a psychopathological, biological, and psychological construct. The phenomenon is not zoologically specific. Anhedonia is not a unitary phenomenon. It is difficult to define, diagnose, and its position in the semiotics of disorders and its borders are not defined. This phenomenon is related to several zoological units, and one's current understanding of anhedonia is still insufficient to finally understand the phenomenon and need to be studied further. The aim of the present study was to examine hedonic deficit in individuals with various psychiatric and neurological disorders. The present report focused on the clinical and psychopathological study of the specific natures anhedonia in schizophrenic spectrum disorders, paranoid schizophrenia, schizoaffective psychosis, and schizotypical personality disorders. The following were used as clinical interview, the Montgomery-Eisberg depression scale, the Snaith-Hamilton pleasure scale, and the social anhedonia scale, the brief negative symptom scale, BNSS with anhedonia subscale, and the MMPI standard clinical personality questionnaire. 80 patients with schizophrenic spectrum disorders treated in the inpatient ward of the first psychotic episode of the Bechterew Republican Clinical Hospital were examined. Non-parametric methods were used following the Kolmogorov-Smirnov criterion. Intergroup analysis we conducted using no parametric criteria, Mann-Whitney test for quantitative variable and person for quantitative and categorical variables. We include in the study diagnosis of schizophrenic spectrum disorders, age at the time of examination between 18 and 55 years, presence of anhedonia in the clinical picture on illness, not include in the study under 18 years of age and our 55 years of age with the presence of organic brain pathology and with decompensating somatic disease, substance and or alcohol abusers with symptoms of advanced psychosis at the time of examination, as well as patients with clinically significant negative symptoms. The comparers group consists of the following diagnoses, and the median age was 29 and 7. Women made up 49 of those interviewed, men 52%. Respondents' education and marital status didn't affect the intensity of anhedonia. Clinically, anhedonia has been demonstrated in the following reports: partial anhedonia in 67 cases, total in 13 cases, primary autochtonium in 77 cases, secondary reactive in 73 cases, anticipatory in 69 cases, consummatory in 11 cases. The prevalence of anhedonia in the reference group was heterogeneous. On the Snaith-Hamilton scale, the highest mean score was for patients' diagnosis with schizophrenia. On the social anhedonia scale, patients with schizotypical disorders, the anhedonia substance of the BNSS questionnaire showed significantly higher levels of anhedonia in person with schizotypical disorders. Significantly higher anhedonia scores were observed in patients with anxiety syndrome in the structure of disease, and in people with schizoaffective disorders, the average BNSS score was significantly different when measured by the intensity of the experience of pleasure and activity. It was 3.5 as compared to 1 for patients with schizophrenia. Some difference in anhedonia type were indifferent. The results showed that the intensity of the pleasure experience in activity was significantly higher in people with schizotypical disorders than in people with schizophrenia. Personally, types according to MMPI had no significant effect on the rate of anhedonia, and difference in the structure of anhedonia in further research might help to increase the prognostic value of this phenomenon in relation to the course of schizophrenic spectrum disorders. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Veronica. Have we any questions for our guest from Kazan? Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. Nice to see you here. The one fact about anhedonia in schizophrenia is the difference between consummated pleasure and anticipated pleasure. Did you study this phenomenon across schizophrenia spectrum disorders? If we see this difference in schizotypal patients and in schizoaffective patients?
Thank you for your question. Yes, we study this moment of our исследования. А можно я по-русски скажу лучше? Так будет проще. Мы исследовали этот вопрос. Пациенты с шизофренией обнаруживали более выраженный уровень антиципаторной ангидонии, в отличие от пациентов с шизотипическим шизоаффективным расстройством.
Okay. Thank you. And now I'd like to present you our next speaker. He is a very promising researcher from Military Medical Academy, Kirill Markin. He is just trainee in psychiatry, but he have already a number of good quality articles. And his report, Alternations in Functional Connectivity in Different Clinical Stages of Bipolar Disorder Type 1.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, dear Presidium. I will speak today about alterations in functional connectivity in different clinical stages of bipolar affective disorder, and we'll stay and talk more about the roles of temperament and impulsivity in this disease structure. I have no potential conflicts of interests. So the relevance of this theme is very high because of the high level of misdiagnostic of bipolar disorder, not only in our country but all over the world. And some researchers told that this level of misdiagnostic reached about for 75%. Moreover, widespread prevalence in the population, about 1 or 2%, and high rates of disability are also make the high relevance of the bipolar disorder. And the insufficient numbers of biological markers to improve the diagnostic need to be made, but now we haven't enough of them. So I want to share the phrase from the nice book called about umbrella reviews by Giuseppe Biondi-Tsukai. He said that, like Ulysses in the Greek mythology, physicians and researchers are destined to endlessly wander in the search for the truth. And and in the search for the truth, I made my own systematized umbrella review by the recommendation of the editor of this book. So you can see the search strategy on the slide, and the final data included for about 15 systematized reviews. Of them, 9 systematic reviews and 6 meta-analyses about the resting state fMRI data in bipolar disorder, in patients with bipolar disorder. The main results are on the slide. We found that increased activity of amygdala and decreased functional connectivity with frontal areas, as well as decreased activity of anterior cingulate cortex with increased functional connectivity with striatum was founded in mania phase. In euthymia, patients had more similar activity of brain to responders without psychiatric disorders, and some compensatory increase in functional connectivity between frontal areas and amygdala. And when we look at the depression phase, we can say that patients, that brain activity of patients with in depressed state characterized by reduced activity in the posterior cingulate cortex and resulting in disconnection between the default mode network. So there are a lot of data about functional connectivity in different phases of bipolar disorder, and we need to we think that we need to make something more, and the interesting moment that was told by others researchers is the study of temperament in patients with bipolar disorder. Some researchers called it temperamental dysregulation that lead affective disorders, or can it can induce the affective disorder. So we used the Cloninger 7 items model to look at temperament in bipolar patients. And we found some data about that bipolar patients characterized by increased level of harm avoidance and reduced level of reward dependence. So for our study, we state the aim to identify the role of temperament and impulsivity in the structure of bipolar disorder and underlying neurobiological mechanisms. Before the study, we made this statistical approach to find the optimal number of patients in both groups, and it was 45 patients to make significant differences between our groups. Each patient have Yammer's Hamdi 21 scales for affective symptoms, and all patients from both groups, the control and the patient groups, make the Barrett impulsivity scale and the Cloninger TCI scale. Then all patients and responders from control group made the MRI acquisition on 3 Tesla tomograph, and the MRI results were processed by Con software. We made the secondary analysis, and here I will present only results of MVP analysis, which include both the high sensitivity and middle which have nice standards. So you can see the statistical, the typical statistical analysis for the MRI data and for test battery. Let's speak about briefly about results. We can see that all of temperament's traits were significantly different between bipolar disorder patients and healthy control group. Moreover, if you look at the novelty-seeking trait and harm avoidance trait, they were much significantly different and had great effect size after comparison. That's also interesting that we didn't have any differences between impulsivity in the bipolar disorder group and healthy controls group. So I will only briefly show the main characteristics of the temperament traits that was also of the difference in temperament traits that would also correlates with the data from functional magnetic resonance imaging. We found that all of correlations for all 4 temperament traits, and as I said, the MVP analysis only like a first type of analysis when we can see the great difference, and then we need to look at it and go deeply to study the information about differences in functional connectivity. And what about impulsivity? We didn't, as I said, we didn't find any differences between our groups. Moreover, we didn't find any differences in subgroups of bipolar patients, of group with bipolar patients in acute mania, depression, or remission phases, which absolutely not lay with other researchers' informations. But we found the differences in psychopharmacotherapy in these patients, and as also other researchers told, antipsychotic use in patients with bipolar disorder is associated with an increased level of impulsivity. I will not state at the limitations of the study. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for the pause. If you are interested, you can contact me by this contact details. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer on them.
Kirill, thank you so much for such a fantastic report. Do we have any questions in the audience? We don't. I have one question for you, and I hope for a really short answer. Could you tell us why did you decide to study temperament and impulsivity with these methods? Because as I see, the name of your report is Alteration in Functional Connectivity. So why did you tell us such fantastic details about Cloninger and impulsivity?
Thank you. I think that when we see the patient with bipolar disorder in acute phase, we can give him, we can make our decision using the specific scales for affective disorders. But when you see the patient with bipolar disorder in remission, or maybe or maybe this patient in euthymia, you can't really try to you can't differentiate his state and his real diagnosis. So if you have the history of his anamnesis with previous affective states, negative affective states, you can give him this not straight, but applied questionnaires, and as you can see, it also could help us to increase the quality of diagnostics of bipolar disorder.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I present the results of the study, the role of dopaminergic and serotonergic neurotransmission gene polymorphisms in the development of Leverett-induced psychiatric side events. Lercetam is a highly effective antiepileptic agent. However, a clinical relevant psychiatric side events is provocation of irritability and aggressions. Opposed to the lercetam causes psychiatric side events in 30% of patients. Genetic features prediction the risk for side events would be of outstanding value for the selection of an appropriate and individual treatment. Today, researchers focus the attention on the effect of neurotransmission systems such as the serotonin system and the HEA gene and the dopaminergic system. It is assumed that polymorphism of genes involved in biological pathways of aggressive behavior predisposed to psychiatric complication due to lercetam intake. Combination of the effects of different genes can increase the degree of predisposition to psychiatric disorders. Purpose of the study to assess the role of the genetic basis of the adverse psychiatric profile of lercetam. A study was conducted based on candidate genes polymorphism of dopaminergic, serotonin-ergic neurotransmission. The study include 72 patients with epilepsy who had been taking Liridstamp for a long time, more than 1 year. Age 18 years old. The sample consists of 48 women and 24 men. The stage 1 include a psychometric study using a battery of scale and questions aimed at assessing psychiatric side events. The stage 2 study include pharmacokinetics testing. Next group were identified depending on the single nucleotide polymorphism of the gene. For DRD2 gene, first group it is genotype with allele C. For gene DRD2, the first group with allele the first group with allele T, the third group with allele C. For gene HTR2A, the first group with allele G, and the third group with homozygotic genotype A. The results in a slide present statistically significant results in groups. The total sample was divided into 4 groups. First, with patients, the psychiatric side events. The second group, patients with irritability. Third group, patients with anxiety. 4 group, patients with impulsivity. Compression of the daily dose Liridstamp of the 4 groups showed no statistical significant difference. The study revealed that patients most frequently reported anxiety 47%, irritability 43%, impulsivity 38%. Analysis of the carriage frankly of single nucleotide variations of the DRD2 gene and HTR2A gene showed that the most French genotype AG of the HTR gene was found in 35 patients. It's 48% in the total sample. For DRD2 gene, the most French genotype CC. It was found in 43 patients. It's 9% in the total group. The data obtains correspondent to the population value for the Europeans. It was the higher burden of adverse mental reaction of lyric stem, such as anxiety, irritability, impulsive, was associated with the carriage of the T allele for gene DRD2. In turn, the homozygotes AA genotype of gene HTR2A relate and associated only with more irritability. Conclusion: the analysis revelated a correction between the presence of certain genetic variation in dopaminergic and serotonergic neurotransmitter. The risk for psychiatric complication of levetiracetam treatment, carriage of the allele T of the DRD2 gene, and the genotype of the HTR2A gene are likely prediction of levetiracetam induced psychiatric side events. Replication and future work is required to prove a true causal relationship. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Any questions? No. So, thank you. And we go further. And our next speaker will show us how we can change the roles. And our chair speaker will be our speaker for the next report. Maria Habeish, transnosological phenomenon of aggressiveness and hostility in psychiatric patients with concomitant diseases.
Hello, everyone, again. I know we are tired because we were so productive in our scientific work. So I want to entertain you a little bit. What we are interested in when we speak about television or internet, we all know what we want. This is sex, violence, and power. So that's why the theme of my report is aggressiveness and hostility. And because we want to be in fashion, we decided to talk about transnosological phenomena. So let's go. As we know, transnosological paradigm and the concept of hierarchical taxonomy of psychopathology consortium are based on the identification of common phenomenological constructs of mental illness and the assessment of their mutual influence. And this is important because now we meet again the significance of a holistic approach in the diagnostics, treatment, and as well as primary and secondary prevention of mental illness, with an emphasis on tracking and dynamic monitoring of specific transnosological and transdiagnostic paradigm phenomena. So, when we talk about transnosological paradigm, we actually have two things. We actually have two things to discuss. The first one is transnosological phenomena, and the second one transdiagnostic phenomena. So, what is transnosological phenomena? Actually, it's really hard. It's really difficult to classify them. And when we talk about scientific data we have in literature, we can see many types of classification. And actually, this slide describes my classification, my proposal. So what I think we can use as classification of transnosological phenomena. The first type is psychopathological symptoms and symptoms of various mental disorders. A little bit below you see that these symptoms can be depression, anxiety, cognitive impairment, and so on. The second type of transnosological phenomena could be complex mental activity processes, such as social cognition, mentalization, and reflexivity. And the thing is, when we have some disruption in this complex mental activity processes, we can see them as transnosological phenomena in various mental disorders. And the third one, maybe more common ones, are personal psychological characteristics of healthy people and people with various mental and even somatic disorders, which in certain combination represented the same diathesis, or more precisely being predictors of mental pathology. So, when we talk about transdiagnostic phenomena, we can find common and distinct impairment that are cross-cutting for various nosological forms of severe mental disorders. And for example, in one study published in 2020, in this study, people with bipolar disorder and major depressive episodes were observed. In this study, researchers found common transdiagnostic profile of mismatch in somatomotor networks, as well as diagnosis-specific patterns in the form of features of the functioning of certain parts of the prefrontal cortex. So, the question is not only what is the relationship of transnosological phenomena and their relation to transdiagnostic phenomena, in particular, the features of functional and metabolic activity in certain areas of the brain. And attention, what we can't forget. The thing is that we have the organic substrate that implements these dysfunctional personal psychological characteristics and the social predisposition of their development, in particular the critical significance of the consequences of negative childhood experience and past psychotraumatic events. So this the third type of nosological phenomena we are talking about on the slide. So, as we spoke before, there are two types of transdiagnostic phenomena we can describe. First are psychological factors, and of course they include sexual abuse of children, physical abuse, exposure to domestic violence and bullying. But the thing is that there are some critical reviews, for example, by Babington, who told us about those response effect. The thing is that actually this negative effect depends on not only on severity of this abuse, but on quantity of this trauma experience. And the second transdiagnostic phenomena is a biological one. So we can we can say about neurobiological markers of mental disorders, about relationship between specific and non-specific indicator of systematic inflammation with the severity of certain pathophysiological syndromes, and about some morphological substrates which are functionally associated with the perception of social rejection, for example. And if you listen to me really attentively, you know that social exclusion sensitivity is the second type of transnosological phenomena. And actually, you can ask me, why don't you say anything about aggressive tendencies? Be patient. So the thing is that everything is connected. And when we try to see on aggressive tendencies in a transnosological approach, we should say that actually it's, according to theoretical views, increased aggressiveness and actually hostility is a systematic transnosological construct that occurs in individuals under condition of external determination and actually internal determination. And this internal determination could be biological, and external one could be, for example, this negative childhood experience we talked before. So, we have this point of view that aggressiveness and impulsiveness and hostility are mentioned among the aggressive tendencies that are transnosological in nature. And actually, in patients with the depressive syndrome, there is a higher severity of dispositional characteristics of aggressive behavior, such as aggressiveness, suspicion, resentment, and hostility. But at the same time, a tendency to increased aggressiveness was found, as well as more pronounced suspicions, resentment, and hostility are noted with worsening depression. So what we see? On one hand, we have a connection with the severity of main psychopathology syndromes. On the other hand, we have this complex relationship in the system of aggressive tendencies. Okay, let's talk about treatment process. We know that there is stigma, and everybody thinks that stigma is such a bad thing, but we are not sure actually. But what we have in society, if you have some illness, you are danger, and people are afraid of you, and the issue of stigmatization of patients with mental disorders is one of the maybe the most popular in psychiatry and psychology researches. And actually, Torrey focuses on the impact of the prevalence of aggressive tendencies among people with mental illness on the perception of this category of patients in society.
13 seconds.
So,
13 seconds.
Чего?
13 seconds.
Okay. Important. Okay, I will try my best to be quicker. So what I wanted to say, that we have connection between phenomena of treatment psychology, and for example, we have a relationship between aggressive tendencies and different type of stigma, and we know that the most important risk factor for the realization of the aggressiveness of mental ill people is and remains the problem of ineffectiveness of their treatment, so that's why this is so important. We know that researchers associate the phenomenon of hostility with a variety of mental nosologies, And that's why we decided to check if there are any differences in aggressive tendencies in people with HIV infection with the different psychopathology. What we found? We found that, of course, there's some socio-demographic characteristics that are associated with the aggressive tendencies. But the main finding was that there is not only psychiatric pathology, but organic changes due to HIV infection leads to different prevalence of types of aggressive tendencies. And actually we understood that, последнее предложение, and actually we understood that results of our studies actually differ from the other studies we have in Russia. So in the end, don't worry, be happy and healthy things. And remember, please, that aggressive tendencies are important, and please read more about that. And don't be afraid of patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for very emotional presentation. And I'm sure that everyone in the audience kept their attention to your presentation while you presented from the first minute to the last minute. And because you run out of time, I suggest that we will not ask you questions, but we will move to another speaker. Next speaker will be Tamara Merkulova. Unfortunately, she was not able to attend our meeting in person, but we have her presentation in record. And could you please
Hello dear colleagues, today I will present you our study, association between functional polymorphic variants of the OPRM1, a 118G COMT, while 158 MET gens, and self-assessment of the severity of pain in the dynamic of the postoperative period in dental patients. Let's start from a background. We know that painful condition is an important problem in medicine. Pain sensitivity is individual and depends on genetic factors among other things. The therapy strategy of painful conditions depends on the individual characteristic of pain sensitivity, and it's important to study pharmacogenetics of analgesics to evaluate their effectiveness. Searching and analyzing potential genetic markers of pain sensitivity is extremely important, and the most accessible way to assess the severity of pain is filling specialized self-questionnaire by patients. And the study of painful conditions in dynamic is of particular interest. Also, we know that postoperative pain is a separate problem in medicine, and the severity of postoperative pain is usually directly proportional to the severity of the operation. Postoperative pain tends to decrease in dynamic, and the study of postoperative pain in dynamic is of particular interest. Due to the wide prevalence, relative compactness of surgery, the ability to assess the severity of the operation and classify the previous operation by severity, postoperative pain is a good model system for studying genetic markers of pain severity. Start talking about our choice of gen panel, we need to recall the biochemistry of the regulation of pain sensitivity. First of all, endogenous opioid system, and in particular mu opioid receptor with high affinity for beta endorphin play important role in the regulation of pain sensitivity. The dopaminergic system is involved in the regulation of pain sensitivity as a modulator of the opioid system and also by supposed influence on affective component of pain perception. Brain-derived neurotrophic factor BDNF is a short-term stimulant but long-term inhibitor of pain sensitivity by its involvement in neural differentiation. So our gen panel includes three polymorphisms. First is OPRM1 SN40ASP. The gen product of OPRM1 again is mu opioid receptor, which have important role in antinociceptive system. SN40ASP amino acid change leads to 3 times more tightly beta endorphin binding of mu opioid receptor. Second polymorphism is COMT, while 158 MET. The gen product of COM-gen is catechol-O-methyltransferase, which have an important role in the inactivation of catecholamine neurotransmitters. And while 158-met amino acid change leads to lower COMT activity. Third polymorphism is BDNF-Val66-met. The gen product of BDNF gen is brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which helping to support survival of existing neurons and encouraging growth and differentiation. While 66-met amino acid change leads to quantitative decreased BDNF secretion. As you can see on this slide, minor allele frequency of these polymorphisms in European population is quite high. The hypothesis of our study is that self-assessment of the severity of pain and dynamics of the postoperative period in dental patients may vary depending on the presence of OPRM1, SN14-ASP COMT, while 158-met and BDNF, while 66-met polymorphism. And the aim of our study was to test an association of these polymorphisms with self-assessment of the severity of pain in the dynamic of the postoperative period in dental patients. So let's talk about methods. The study included 51 patients from Research Center of Dentistry and Maxillofacial Surgery aged 25 to 70. Patients underwent surgery are divided by trauma degree is high trauma degree and low trauma degree. You can see on the slide which operations were performed. We used the short version of McGill Pain Questionnaire 2 to evaluate self-assessment of the severity of pain. This questionnaire includes 4 subscales, which allow to evaluate different pain descriptors: is continuous pain, intermittent pain, neuropathic pain, and effective pain. Visual analog scale was used for comparison as more common scale in clinical practice. VAS evaluate pain intensity for 2 last weeks in 10 points ruler format with 6 gradation of pain severity: no pain, mild pain, moderate pain, severe pain, very severe pain, and worst possible pain. Our study design was first of all the recruitment of study participants, then collection of biomaterial, saliva, then genotyping. Then participants were divided to a genogroups using the dominant model, minor allele carriers, and measure allele homozygotes. And then was a comparison of genogroups for each locus independently with self-assessment of the severity of pain, including sex, age, and trauma degree of operation adjustment. We evaluate self-assessment of the severity of pain in the postoperative period and the different time points: T0 before operations, baseline, T1 first day, T3 third day, and T5 fifth day. Genomic DNA was extracted from saliva. All polymorphisms were detected by real-time PCR methods. What about statistic analysis? We use Mann-Whitney test and generalized linear model. So what's about results? First, OPRM1 SN40-ASP polymorphism. We find out that minor GL carriers have more severe intermittent pain in time points 1, 3, and 5, and in time points 1 and 5 it was only trend. Talking about COMT-WAL 158-met polymorphism, we also find out that minor AL carriers have more severe intermittent pain in time points 3 and 5, and it also was trend. But also we find out that minor LA carriers have more severe pain on VAS in time point 5, and it was statistically significant. After the construction of the GLM on the VAS was found statistical significant difference. COM genogroups was associated with a VAS change point for the entire time period with a sex and age adjustment. And talking about a third polymorphism BDNF while 66-met, there was no statistical significant difference in comparison of major allele homozygotes CC and minor allele pairs CT and TT of the while 66-met BDNF polymorphism. So, conclusion. In the study was found potential genetic markers of postoperative pain, functional polymorphisms of the OPRM1 gen product mu opioid receptor, and COM-gen product catechol-O-methyltransferase. These markers can be used to evaluate the effectiveness of analgesics in pharmacogenetic studies after replication in larger cohort of course. Acknowledgements for all participants of the study and patients from Research Center of Dentistry and Maxillofacial Surgery, and thank you for your attention.
questions? Okay. Can I have one question? I was wondering where did you find 25 people without history of COVID-19? How did you check that they didn't have a history of COVID-19? Yes. Yes, and you mentioned that they didn't have a history of COVID-19 disease. Yes?
Did you check the Вы проверяли их антитела G и M на COVID-19? Не переболели. Так все-таки переболели. Так, а во второй? Так вторая группа все-таки они имели доказательства того, что у них нет антител? То есть у нас как бы это есть то, что называется limitation, yes? Okay. Thank you so much for your report. Let's move on.
The thing is that I have a lot of people around myself who don't have official diagnosis of COVID-19, but who believe that had a lot of experience with COVID-19. And vice versa, there are a lot of people who have like positive test, who had positive test, but they think that it's not true, or that that's false positive test. That's why I was wondering what was the basis of separating these patients into two groups. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Our next speaker is Guskova Olga, psychologist from Tyumen Cardiology Research Center and Tomsk National Research Medical Center of Russian Academy of Science, Tyumen.
Thank you. Stress disorders occurs as a result of stress of great intensity or long duration, or when other pathogenic processes are present. Psychological stress is therefore a construct associated with both psychological phenomena and factual parameters, and it leads to changes in psych, cardiovascular and immune systems, as you can see on the screen. We live more than 3 years with COVID-19, and it is good that the pandemic is over, but complications of COVID-19 are still with us. So we remember that it is one of the greatest stress factors that affected human lives all over the world. Coronavirus disease 2019 is a great threat to the social and individual health in physical and mental levels. Quarantine and social isolation, mass media information, economic recession, and concerns over future and relatives led to impairment
of mental health, on the one hand, like social stress factors and cardiovascular and nervous systems injury, stationary treatment in monohospitals, and intensive care unit treatment, also as asthenia and fatigue after COVID-19, can be understood as health-related stress factors. As it is known, previous coronavirus outbreaks and other stress situations, anxiety, depressive, and stress disorders come out of these social and health-related stressors. The aim of our study was to estimate the acute form of perceived stress reaction during the first year after COVID-19 pneumonia and psychopathological symptoms in 2 years after disease in association with the personal traits and coping strategies. The study is based on the results of 2 scientific programs, 1-year cardiac follow-up of patients with COVID-19 pneumonia and description and estimation of coping strategies and health attitude in patients after COVID-19 pneumonia. We examined 119 COVID-19 pneumonia survivors in the points of 3 months, 1 year, and 2 years after discharge from the monohospital. All patients had answered the questions of anxiety, depression, and perceived stress scales at the points of 3 months and 1 year after COVID-19. And at the point of 2 years, patients had filled up the forms of symptom checklist 19 revist, ways of coping questionnaire, and 5-factor personal questionnaire. All information was controlled by clinical psychological method. There is the overall characteristic of patients on the screen. First of all, we can see statistically significant changes in psychic states on the points of 3 months and 1 year after COVID-19. It reflects the extent mental tension during the first year of observation. At the second year, we estimated the prevalence of psychopathological symptoms. General distress exceeding normative values is defined in almost half of patients. Somatization and obsessive-compulsive symptoms are peculiar to more than 50% of responders. It should be mentioned of personality traits expression. The highest prevalence of peak values of factors 2 and 3, attachment and control, is presented. Factors 1, 4, and 5 are presented in borderline values. I think I can show it. It is here. Factor 4, factor 1, and factor 5. Factors 2, 3, and 5 don't have the minimal values that present the left or the first rating factor. It means that our patients don't have remoteness, naturalness, and practitionalness as impairment traits. Patients after COVID-19 pneumonia use all types of coping strategies. The most prevalent are positive reappraisal, planful problem solving, and self-controlling. These strategies are considered to be the most adaptive. Then we analyzed the correlation of distress at the point of 2 years and psychic states on 3 months and 1 year. And we found out that stress, anxiety, and depression in previous periods influence distress in the future. But it is interesting that values of odds ratio at the point of 3 months are higher than at the point of 1 year. So we suppose that psychic states at 3 months influence distress more intensive than the same states at later period. And the last step of our study and our presentation is reflected correlations of stress signs with psychic states, coping strategies, and personality traits in 2 years. At the point of 3 months, we can see the association of perceived stress with the symptoms of anxiety, depression, and psychotism. It is here. At the point of 1 year, stress correlates with obsessive-compulsive symptoms, depression, hostility, psychotism, and interpersonal sensitivity. It is here. Now about personality traits. At 3 months, there are the direct association of stress with restrained emotionality and the inverse correlation with naturalness control. At the point of 1 year, stress associates directly also with restrained emotionality. And distress in 2 years after hospitalization has the same correlation as the perceived stress in 3 months. It is obvious that high emotionality and naturalness lead to higher stress and distress symptoms. We can see that perceived stress and distress have correlations with such coping strategies as escape avoidance, accepting responsibility, confrontation, and distancing. Escape avoidance and confrontation are known as the most maladaptive coping strategies. This distancing is the emotional-oriented coping, and it is not surprising because of great emotionality of our patients. Accepting responsibility in its dysfunctional use can lead or can be a reflection of disadaptational disorders. Here we come up to the conclusion. Previous period stress, anxiety, and depression influence development of distress in later period. Psychopathological symptoms of anxiety, depression, obsessiveness, compulsiveness, hostility, psychotism, and interpersonal sensitivity are the result of earlier perceived stress. Stress and distress are associated with high emotionality and naturalness as personal traits. Coping strategies of escape avoidance, accepting responsibility, confrontation, and distancing are interdependent with stress symptoms. It is necessary to analyze the results deeply. I think that we should take into account the somatic state of these patients and some peculiarities and some social peculiarities of this group of patients. Thank you for your attention. I will be glad to answer your questions.
Thank you, Olga, first of all, for respecting the time of your presentation. And I suggest that we will keep the questions after the end of the session because we're running out of time. And we have 3 more speakers. And I would like to...
Okay, thank you.
And I would like to invite our next speaker, Uliana Moskvitina. She is Associate Professor, Department of Psychiatry, Addictology, Clinical Psychology, Belgorod State University. Uliana, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello everyone. I can say that our respectable presidium, respectable colleagues, I'm so happy to be here today and represent material about virtual reality and approaches how to create the virtual reality programs and applications for mental sphere. Of course, we already know that we widely use the virtual reality for treatment mental disorder and rehabilitation for many type of disorders which related in neuroscience and so on. Why we are just underlining, I try to be very short, I try to be, how to say that, undergoing. And we are trying to create the rules or approaches for people who wants to create virtual reality programs. Why? Because it may give us precision engineering of virtual reality. Also, it can give us ability to evidence-based algorithms of effectiveness assessment of virtual reality programs. And we go into the next step, medical licensing of computer applications in virtual reality. When we have a task to create virtual reality program, and when we start to asking what the rules, how to be effective, how to create effective applications. And we find only some recommendations only for just for neuro rehabilitation, and what they just recommended for us. It's a method practice, method approach, structured training. It means that if you are just give ability for people with virtual reality training, you just need to have a break and so on. Then the virtual reality program should decide it's solving a specific task during a session. We use a wearable practice, multisensory stimulations, and increasing complexity of task, using a different type of feedbacks, and use the avatar. Already some applications exist, and I think in Russia we already groups doing that things, but it's mostly for neural rehabilitation, not for psychiatry. I not post on the methods and instruments. Of course, we create virtual reality program. We registered that. We're using the fancy gadgets. But I would like to underline there's some key points. What we are just approaches, yours, and we are trying to create some abbreviation. SNP, it means the spark. SNP, it's just from the Irish term. It means sparkling or something like that. But in reality, it's approaches which we are recommended to go in, or to follow in if you want to create a virtual reality program for mental rehabilitation. First of all, it's a specific task, content structure, interaction, navigation, evaluation, and personalization. Let's go deeply for that. Specific task. Application solves a specific psychiatric problem, eliminates a symptom or a syndrome. And why we just concentrated on a specific syndrome, because it gives us based evidence and statistically proven information. We can check if we are just by using a virtual reality application, we reduce only one problem, it's easy to control it. Here's the content structure. The content of the content structure, it means picture what the person see inside the virtual reality. It's first of all, we are just underlining that it should have three parts, main parts. First of all, it's a therapeutic scenario, development area. It's just a scene. Yours, it can be open space, it can be closed space, or mixed forms of that space. Basic object. Basic object, it's usually it's visual object, basic. And because the most part of information, we are 90% of information from outside world, we are just accepting by visual channel. That is why the basic object we're standing on that should be a visual object. And additional object inside of the content, it can be voice, it can be some colors, some graphics, and so on. Interaction. Interaction with virtual reality need to have stages. First of all, initiating contact with virtual reality environment, focus on a task, expanded work, relaxation, and finishing of that contact. Navigation. Inside the virtual reality program, we are just recommended to have navigation, internal navigations when the patient, when they just taking the glasses, they may just change the score, they may change the way, they may just change and controlling something. And external navigations when the doctor change some parameters. And content navigation based on the intensity scale of displayed stimulus. It's just a specific scales which give us ability to change the borders of the shapes, when what kind of the object the people see here. Evaluation. Evaluation should be by stage of impact, and the entrance, and the current, and the exit, by the type of instrument. It can be psychometric scales, biofeedbacks, neuroimaging monitoring. By the level, it can be external, expert. For example, doctor may evaluate how the effectively is going the treatment process, and internal, when the patients also observe himself how they just go in from one stage to another stage. Maybe it's similar with a game. Here's when you just pass one level to another level, it's give ability to control for the patients. And personalization, it can be formal on the neurophysiological indicators of body and brain, and based on the morphometric indicators, it's our proposed new method. Okay, there is our results. We are just create virtual reality applications, prove them, and are successfully represented that in some conferences. It's our team. I would like to say thank you for them because they represented IT specialists, psychologists, psychiatrists. It's a chief of the groups. The most part of the people you couldn't see that the group is more than 25 people. In conclusion, I would like to say that virtual reality, I think it's one of the non-medicational help for the people which suffering of mental disorder. Of course, they couldn't substitute drugs and medication, but we can correlate and work we can I can say enrich together, and we can give opportunity for our patients to choose his future. Okay, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Ulyana. And while sitting in this presidium, we were talking, how we were impressed with your work and your initiatives. And I think there is one more comment.
Ulyana, thank you so much for your report. Actually, it's really inspiring. And I think this is the most exciting value I can give you. Actually, you know, we love it so much. We would love to see you in one of our meeting of Young Scientist Council, and we would like you to share your experience.
Thank you so much for your kind words. Of course, I'm ready to to show my works, and I'm also would like to have some maybe common research.
Okay,
Yes.
I hope we will continue our
integration.
Connection. Okay. Thank you so much.
Ulyana have opened our last part of symposium devoted to digital psychiatry, and the next speaker will continue to speak on this topic. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to join us on site. The next speaker is Kirill Vasilchenko. I know that he is watching the live stream. So hello, Kirill. He is representing the Human Artificial Control Keren Lab, Israeli Faculty of Medicine, Bar Ilan University, Safed, Israel. So now we can switch on his presentation.
Me today, let's briefly dive into computational psychiatry, a discipline merging various fields to enhance our understanding of psychiatric disorders. Despite a limited time, I will share a short introduction and reveal some of our latest findings. Our aim? Bridging neurobiology, cognition, and clinical symptoms to improve diagnosis, therapy, and individual treatment prediction. I'm excited to take this journey with you all. In computational psychiatry, we harness the power of computational models. These models provide us with a new lens through which we can examine psychiatric disorders. They allow us to simulate, predict, and understand various phenomena related to mental health. Furthermore, they give us the ability to examine complex interactions and mechanisms that might otherwise be invisible or incomprehensible. In essence, these models become a pivotal tool to unravel the mysteries of the mind and brain in the context of mental disorders. Computational psychiatry isn't just theory. It's already being applied to understand various psychiatric disorders. Let's consider schizophrenia and depression, for example. Computational models help us understand how altered learning and decision-making process contribute to these disorders. Similarly, they've been applied to ADHD, helping us understand impulsive behavior and cognitive dysfunctions. Not only this, we're using these models to shed light on the intricacies of autism spectrum disorder, obsessive-compulsive disorder, and substance use disorders, among others. It's truly transforming how we comprehend and intervene in mental health. Now, imagine if mental health treatments could be personalized just like a tailored suit, fitting perfectly to an individual's unique needs. That's the promise computational psychiatry holds. Through identifying subtypes within psychiatric disorders and analyzing individual differences in symptoms and treatment responses, we're paving the way to tailor interventions for each patient. This personalized treatment approach has the potential to enhance treatment efficacy, reduce the burden on patients, and minimize trial and error in finding the most effective intervention. It's a promising revolution in mental health care. But like any other innovative field, computational psychiatry faces its share of challenges. One of the biggest is integrating different levels of analysis and various data sources. Imagine trying to solve a puzzle where each piece comes from a different box. That's what we're doing here, trying to fit together molecular, cellular, and systems level data to create a comprehensive picture. On top of that, we need to make our models more biologically plausible and not just mathematical constructs. This kind of integration is a tough challenge, but one that we are committed to tackling. And it's not just about creating models, we also need to ensure they are valid and reliable. The complexity of the human brain and the diversity of patients' populations mean that we need to test and refine our models with high quality, large-scale datasets. However, the availability of such datasets is currently limited in psychiatry. This necessitates an increase in collaborative efforts to share data and resources. We also need to ensure our models are interpretable so clinicians can effectively apply them in practice. It's a huge responsibility, but one that's crucial for improving mental health care. We cannot discuss computational psychiatry without touching in the ethical implications. When we use computational models in clinical decision making, we're dealing with very sensitive information. It's not just about data privacy and avoiding breaches, though those are certainly important. We also need to avoid potential stigmatization or discrimination of patients' groups. Ethics need to be at the forefront of our minds as we continue to innovate this field. We're dealing with human lives, after all, and we need to ensure we uphold the highest standards of patient care and confidentiality. And speaking of innovation, let's talk about where computational psychiatry is heading. The future is about refining our models, exploring new computational approaches, and fostering more collaboration between different disciplines. But it's not just about the science, it's about making sure our work truly benefits the patients. By identifying potential subtypes within psychiatric disorders and using computational models to predict treatment responses, we can help tailor interventions to each patient's unique needs. In the end, that's what this is all about, providing personalized, effective mental health care. And with that, let me introduce our latest development, a model that can detect the presence of schizophrenia based solely on a person's drawing. It's an exciting step forward, and we're eager to share the details with you. We posed a fascinating question. Can an AI algorithm distinguish images drawn by individuals with schizophrenia from those drawn by others? Let's delve into our methodology and results. We had 770 participants, half diagnosed with schizophrenia and the other half comprising both healthy individuals and those with other mental disorders. Each participant was asked to draw a human face in a frame, a simple task designed for data augmentation. This yielded a database of 6,200 images. Our model has several convolutional layers, taking an image as input and outputting the probability of it belonging to a certain category. We achieved an accuracy of 88% on the validation set and 90% on the unseen test set. Sensitivity reached 85% and specificity 84%. According to the literature, Kurt Schneider's diagnostic criteria for schizophrenia has an average sensitivity and specificity of around 75%. Our model outperforms this significantly, and we're eager to test it in real-world conditions. Our hypothesis was confirmed. This AI approach shows promise in aiding the diagnosis in schizophrenia. A huge thanks to our project team. It's due to their dedication and hard work that we achieved these impressive results. We invite you to join this or other projects as part of your dissertation research in computational psychiatry and neurobiology at our Young Dynamic Lab. Feel free to reach out to our lead researcher with any questions. Thank you for your attention. We're excited about the potential of our research and appreciate your interest in our work.
Good afternoon, dear members of the jury of the Congress. My name is Alexander Stashishin. Today, I want to present to you my research on the possibilities of mobile applications to improve the care of psychiatric patients. In the conditions of the far north, mental disorders are a factor of maladaptation and, for example, are caused by a more acute perception of extreme climatic conditions. An additional difficulty in providing timely psychological and psychiatric assistance in the Arctic is the great distance between recipients of services and medical and preventive institutions. Patients with mental disorders often have insufficiently conscious and responsible use of mobile applications, the use of which is associated with the prospects of improving remote medical assistance in conditions of a large distance between recipients of services. The important question is not only the commitment to a particular digital technology, but also the determination of which impacts implemented through mobile applications have the maximum effectiveness. It is important not only to consider the commitment to a specific digital technology, but also to determine which impacts realized through mobile applications have the maximum effectiveness. In connection with this promising direction of development, the development of telemedicine technologies in general, and in particular, the practice of accompanying psychiatric care through mobile applications, is becoming increasingly important. The number of smartphone users is increasing every year. Also, the amount of time spent by users on smartphones increases every year. The slide shows an increase of an average of 24 minutes per year. This is an important fact for the use of mobile applications in the areas of interest to us, as user interest and comfort are increasing. The goal of the systematic review is to determine the factors that may affect the acceptability of interventions using mobile phones in patients with mental disorders and their effectiveness in improving psychiatric care. The international PubMed database was used as it represents an electronic search system for medical research publications. This database is interesting because there are many well-developed mobile applications available, but for high effectiveness. Human behavior characteristics must be taken into account. Identifying functions that can increase intervention effectiveness can help in the development of applications for behavior change regarding health and assist in evaluating complex interventions. This slide shows the countries conducting research discussed in this review. Research in Russia was not published. The most effective functions for use in mobile applications are online user support, the ability for the user to set up themselves, progress tracking capabilities, personalized functionality, confidentiality. Many examples have a positive effect. Gamification and user incentives, user progress tracking, ability for users to set reminders, improvement of psychosocial well-being, increase in physical activity, improvement of medication compliance. Factors influencing the adherence to intended use were identified, and these factors were further classified. Studies have shown that some features enhance the effectiveness of applications. Additional recommendations for developers that did not appear in the sample but have a positive impact include: 1. App developers should ideally create applications that are tailored to specific user groups, personalized for each person, and customizable. 2. In some studies, it was discovered that social features have a positive effect on adherence, such as through social networks or contests. 3. Accounting for individual user needs in terms of their schedules, as user time constraints undermine adherence. This review showed that hypothetical acceptability was generally low or variable, while actual acceptability was generally high, indicating that users generally prefer to use applications that meet their needs and expectations. The user is more likely to achieve their goal if they receive push notifications in the application, they can track the number of days of successful behavior change, they receive support and motivation, the application is simple and easy to use. A survey and analysis of ways to influence the user have been conducted. If the user receives notifications, tracks the number of days of successful behavior change, and receives support and motivation in the application, they are more likely to achieve their goal. This research highlights the need for close collaboration between developers, the medical community, and consumers to achieve greater results. Thus, it is evident that online and mobile phone interventions play an important role in improving psychiatric care and self-help for patients with mental disorders. However, studies have not yet identified predictors of acceptability and whether non-users consider mobile phone delivery approaches acceptable. Future research should measure both hypothetical and actual acceptability. Applications that offer even small health benefits can still be a valuable intervention in public health if the population coverage is high enough. 1. Thorough research to test the effectiveness of applications and their features. 2. Conducting evaluative research in Russia to identify the need for expanding telemedicine technologies in delivering psychiatric care. 3. continuation of the study on effective ways of influencing favorable functions for users. 4. Creating a mobile application using the obtained research results. Applications that offer even a small benefit to health can still be a valuable intervention in public health if the population coverage is high enough. In the future, this research will be used to create a well-informed technical specification for the development of a mobile application for the VM, Bekhterev National Medical Research Center for Psychiatry and Neurology, and for further research in collaboration with scientific leaders and users who voluntarily wish to participate in the studies.
Симпозиума, и поскольку симпозиум завершен, мы можем перейти на русский язык и поделиться своими эмоциями, впечатлениями. Я позволю себе начать, что мне кажется, что все удалось. У нас были сегодня потрясающие выступления с широкой географией, да, городов, которые были и стран, которые были представлены на этом симпозиуме. Мне кажется, что наш симпозиум сейчас еще единственный, который продолжается, и это говорит о том, да, судя по тишине за стенкой, это раз. Во-вторых, все-таки по наличию людей в аудитории, да, которые уже либо давно выступили, либо которые поддерживают давно выступивших, вот, но все равно проявляют интерес к тому, чтобы представляли наши коллеги. И меня радует, что количество участников этого симпозиума увеличилось по сравнению с прошлым годом. Это говорит о росте интереса. Мне кажется, что так через несколько лет мы смогли бы захватить, да, сетку с утра до вечера. И тем самым, мне кажется, этот симпозиум уникален в плане представления возможности не только представить результаты своих исследований, но еще и потренировать себя в такой некоторой стрессовой ситуации вызова и презентации на английском языке. Но мне кажется, что атмосфера была очень дружелюбная, такая добрососедская. И я хочу поблагодарить всех участников симпозиума, организаторов за ваш кураж, за вашу страсть к исследованиям, за вашу открытость новому опыту и просто хорошего вечера в приятном Петербурге.
Я присоединяюсь ко всем словам, которые уже сказали. Хочу сказать только одно. Поскольку я все-таки на правах вашего педагога выступаю, то могу сказать, я спокойна за нашу науку. Совершенно замечательные были доклады, совершенно замечательные были исследования, глубокие, интересные, неожиданные. Поэтому, я думаю, есть куда двигаться, есть куда развиваться. И, в общем-то, казалось бы, да, что там в психиатрии уже исследовано все, что можно было исследовать. А нет, оказывается, нет. Все время находить какие-то новые грани, какие-то новые ракурсы, какие-то новые векторы. Поэтому я вас поздравляю. Я думаю, всем было интересно и всем было увлекательно, я так думаю, да. К тому же еще и поупражняться в языке. Поэтому спасибо всем участникам за очень интересное выступление и за ваш профессионализм.
Коллеги, я буду уже говорить последние слова. Мы закрываем наш сегодняшний симпозиум. От лица Совета молодых ученых Национального медицинского исследовательского центра имени Бехтерева я еще раз всех благодарю за участие, и докладчиков, и наших слушателей, особенно тех верных слушателей, которые остались с нами в зале до конца. Чувствую, да. Друзья, до новых встреч. Надеюсь, в следующем году те, кто нас сейчас слушает, также будут выступать со своими докладами. Всем отличного вечера и присоединяйтесь к просмотру Конгресса или присутствию на Конгресса, в том числе и завтра. Всем хорошего вечера. Пока.